rare occasion which provides us an opportunity for hearing Dr. Israr's thoughts. And it's unique in the sense that you people have come mainly from the West, mainly America, England and Turkey, though Turkey is not part of the European community. The credit for this goes to Brother Ibrahim Abdurabi, whose brainchild is this. And Dr. Israr Ahmad is working on different lines. He has been to states and to the West several times, and his ideas based on Quran and Hadith are well received. It has an intellectual dimension, but he is an activist. He wants to integrate knowledge with action. He is not a man of cool and detached academic interests. Rather, he is an activist in the real sense of the word. He is my elder brother. The topic of first discourse or presentation is the human personality and two forms of knowledge. I request Dr. Israr Ahmad to please go ahead with his presentation.
अहमदुहु व उसल्ली अला रसूलिहिल करीम अम्मा बाद फ़अऊज़ु बिल्लाहि मिनश शैतानिर रजीम बिस्मिल्लाहिर रहमानिर रहीम रब्बि इश्रह ली सदरी व यस्सिर ली अमरी वहलुल उक़दतम मिन लिसानी यफ़क़हू क़ौली. I praise Allah and send my salutations and blessings to Muhammad, his apostle and prophet. And I take refuge with Allah from Satan the accursed. And I begin with the name of Allah, the most compassionate, the most merciful. And I pray to him, O Lord, open up my heart, make my task easy for me, remove the knot in my tongue so that these brothers and sisters can understand easily and fully what I have to say to them. And after that, dear brothers and sisters, from Adam and Eve, Allah's blessing may be on both of them. And may Allah bless all of us and guide us to the straight path. In the very beginning, I must and do thank you from the depths of my heart that you have taken out time from your busy schedules and undertaken a very long and tiresome journey. Actually, if anything good comes out of this exercise, the credit would go to Dr. Abdurabi. As the brother has said, it's his brainchild. And if it proves to be an exercise in futility, then the blame will be solely on me. Secondly, I want to profess I'm not a scholar in the usual sense of the word. I've never studied social sciences, any of them. What to speak of teaching them? My background education is medical, so I know a little bit of physics and chemistry and zoology and botany. But I have a tall claim also, and that is I am a humble student of Al-Quran. And because Quran claims to be the guidance for all mankind for all times to come, hence as a humble student of Quran, I take courage to speak about the guidance in different aspects of human life, individual and collective. Another confession, I am not good at English. I have never lived in any Western country for any length of time. I have been a casual visitor to the United States. And secondly, I had, during an operation on my knee, there was an episode that my heart stopped for some time. So I had a fresh life after that. But that has left my memory impaired. So I have asked Brother Dr. Absar to be on my side, not only as a moral support, but also to help me. If he feels I am fumbling for words, so he can help because he knows my ideas and he can very easily assist me. And after that, as it has been told to you, and you must have known it already, my presentation at this time is the human personality in two forms of knowledge. What I have understood from Quran and what I believe is that human beings have a composite existence. They are two beings joined together in a mysterious way. One being is the animal being, which has come out of clay, the crust of the earth. According to the scriptures, Bible, Quran, both, and according to the scientists, biologists. But the other personality, it has come from above, and that is the spiritual existence. Animal existence and spiritual existence. And both of them are absolutely independent of each other. Both of them are full personalities. What we call ruh, and I don't know what should be the proper translation in English, soul or spirit, but I prefer spirit, not soul. Soul includes the life. Our animal existence includes life. It has come from the clay, the crust of the earth, through a very long process of evolution. But the spirits, human spirits, are not from earth or clay or sand. Dust thou art, to dust returnest was not spoken of the soul. It has come from above. Let me say here, according to the Quran, there are two spheres of existence in this universe, independent of each other, but intertwined with each other. Quran calls them the world of command and the world of matter, world of creation. Ala lahul khalq wal amr. Amr means command, and khalq is the creation. This amr, in that sphere of amr, things happen immediately, instantly, with the command of God. And the command is kun, be. And it is, it becomes. There's no time element included in it. This is the world of command. And the other world is actually, the word creation should be applied to this second. In Arabic, we have a word ibda', and that means creation ex nihilo. creating something without anything. So that is the word of command. Kun fayakun. Allah says, be, and it is, and it becomes. But the other world is the world of creation. Here something is created out of something, not ex nihilo. Man created from clay. The jinns or jinnis created from fire. The angels created from light. So there was something existing before, and from that something has been created. And in this world of creation, time factor is always involved. That is why the scriptures, and here again, I mean Bible as well as Quran, they agree that this universe was created in 6 days. And we don't know the duration of the days of God. Surely they are not the days with which we are accustomed. The days in Quran we find 1,000 years of hours becomes 1 day for Allah. And there's another verse, 50,000 years of hours go to make a day, the day of judgment. But maybe the cosmic day, the universal day might be very long. We may call them the millenniums. But time is always involved. A seed to grow into a tree needs time. The human embryo to become a full human being needs time. So in the realm of command, there is no time involvement. But in the realm of creation, the material creation, I may call it, time is always involved. Now let me give you a diagrammatic representation. This concept is based on an ayah of the Quran. It is chapter 40th and verse 11. I have written here in Arabic, قالوا ربنا أمتنا سنتين وأحييتنا سنتين فاعترفنا بذنوبنا فهل إلى خروج من سبيل. The people who will be thrown in the hell after the day of judgment, they will pray to Allah, O our Lord, you put us to death twice, and then you revived us twice. And now we have confessed our sins. So is there any way out from here also? Very important ayah of the Quran, very important. Although some similar concepts are given in other ayahs also, but this is the most important, central ayah regarding what I am going to say. Starting from this extreme left, creation ex nihilo in the realm of command were the spirits of all human beings, much before the creation of this universe, material universe, much before that. This material universe started from the Big Bang. I agree with it. But this period is pre-Big Bang. The command, the big command of God, kun, it took the form of light, subtle light, without any heat, without any motion. And from this light were created the angels and the human spirits, all human beings from the first Adam till the last son of Adam. These arwah. In hadith we find the words, al-arwahu junudun mujannada. They were like armies, all human beings. The spirits of all human beings were created at that time. And all the angels were created. Still, the time and space complex had not split. Time was not there. You may call it absolute time. No serial time was present at that time. And there was no motion in that light, subtle light, no heat. And from this light were created, as I have told you, all the human spirits as well all the angels. And this is, the bold line. This was our first life, as spirits only, no bodies. But then, during this life, Allah took the covenant from those spirits of human beings. Alastu bi rabbikum? Qalu bala. This is in Quran, chapter 7 and ayah 171. Alastu bi rabbikum? Am I not your Lord? And all of us, all the spirits of all the human beings, from Adam till the last human being who will be there before the end of this world, they said in one voice, why not? You are our Lord. This was the first covenant taken from the spirits of human beings by their Lord and Creator Allah. But then they were put to sleep. This was the first death. Put to sleep. We may say, put in some cold storage. And that was the first death that we experienced before coming to this world. And now, after the Big Bang started, the material world. And this Big Bang was another kun, big kun. Here let me quote from the Gospel according to St. John. In the beginning, there was Word. And the Word was with God. And the Word was God. Whatever has been created is through this word. This word kun, Quran has given us the proper word. Be, and it is. So that was the first creation. But then we were made to sleep or put in some cold storage. In the meantime, this Big Bang, another, big kun of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and it took the form of small particles, very minute, but very hot, and running away from each other with a speed. And from this, Quran tells, the self-conscious creations were the angels and the human spirits. Now, another self-conscious creation, and that is of the jinns or the jinnis, I think you call it. And Quran tells they were created out of fire. That was after the Big Bang of the physicists. Then, to cut a long story short, there were galaxies were formed and planets and stars. And then some planets started to cool down. Our planet Earth cooled down, there was crust, and gases came out of it. And from them, water was created. And there, for thousands of years, there was rain and rain and rain. And because, by shrinking of the crust of the earth, there were mountains, there were deep oceans. And for that stage, Quran says, Kana arshuhu alal ma. The throne of Allah at that time was on water. In this world, there was nothing in this planet except water. And this water then separated from each other due to the shrinking of the crust. There are the mountains and there are the seas and the oceans. And from the interaction of water and clay started the life on this planet. From a single cell to the most evolved Homo sapiens, it might have taken millions of years, yes. But then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala selected one Homo sapien. It was the animal of man. Still he was not human. The animal existence is coming from the earth. But then Allah blew into him, into one of the selected peoples from the Homo sapiens, the spirit which was there waiting in the cold storage, which was asleep. It was revived. And now we have a human being having a body coming from below. In this diagram, this is earth. And this is coming through evolution, the Homo sapien. And then that ruh, that spirit, which was asleep, and Quran says, which was under death, that has been blown into this. And now he becomes man, human being, composed of two distinct entities. Body, or I should say better, animal being, body plus life. Ruh and spirit is not life. Life is there in the dogs, in the cats, all the animals. Even in the leaf of grass, it's living. So life is something else. And that spirit of God, we find it in Quran at two places, very clear terms. Quran says, فَإِذَا سَوَّيْتُهُ وَنَفَخْتُ فِيهِ مِنْ رُوحِي فَقَعُوا لَهُ سَاجِدِينَ. It's chapter 15, ayah 29. And again in chapter 38, ayah 72. Ayah, I mean verse. Actually, I don't like these translations of surah is surah, not chapter. These are not chapters of Quran. The word chapter has its own connotation. It's not applicable to the surahs of Quran. In the same way, the word verse has its own connotation. It's not applicable to the ayat of Quran. But for the English speaking people, we have to use those words. So maybe you find I say sometimes surah and sometimes chapter. So in Surah Al-Hijr 15 and verse 29 and Surah Sad, which is number 38 and the verse 72, فَإِذَا سَوَّيْتُهُ, Allah had said to the angels before the creation of Adam, when I have completed the creation of this man, Bashar, وَنَفَقْتُ فِيهِ مِنْ رُوحِي, and then I have blown into him from my own spirit, then you bow down before him in prostration. فَقَعُوا لَهُ سَاجِدِينَ. So the animal of human being, Homo sapiens you may call it, it was an animal, not man. But in Allah astafa Adam wa Nuhan, Allah chose one of that species of Homo sapiens, an individual, and blown into him the spirit. In these two verses, Allah calls my own spirit. But what we mean is the spirits which were very close to Allah, very close. The pre-Big Bang era of this creation. So Allah blew that spirit into it. And what will happen then? Then comes another death. We live here, this is our worldly life, which we mistakenly think that this is the life. This is not the life. This is one phase of our life. And this is the second life. I told you, we had the first life only as spirits. After that, creation ex nihilo. And during that, the covenant was taken from us. Alastu bi rabbikum qalu bala. And then we were put to sleep or put to death. Then we were revived. And there is a hadith which is very important. I have written down in Arabic. This is one of the most authentic ahadith tradition of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. In ahadakum yujma'u khalquhu fi batni ummihi. Every one of you, his creation takes the form in the womb. Arba'ina yawman nutfatan. For 40 days, it's nutfa, a speck. Summa yakunu alaqatan misla zalik. Then again, 40 days as alaqa, something hanging from the wall of the uterus. Summa yakunu mudghatan misla zalik. And then it becomes like a piece of meat which is chewed. So these go to make 40 plus 40 plus 40, 120 days in the womb. After 4 months, summa yursalul malaku fayanfakhu fihi ruh. And then the angel is sent and he blows into this embryo the spirit, the ruh, which was there in the cold storage. And now he is a human being. Before that, the embryo was living. It was not dead. Even the spermatozoon is not dead. The ovum coming from the mother is not dead. They are living organisms. And for these 120 days, it was living, but it was animal existence only. But then, when this spirit has been blown into it, joined together, we don't know how. Up till now, we don't know how life is attached to our body. What's the point of contact? Life. What is life? It is connected with which organ of ours? We don't know. So this combination of animal being plus the spiritual being, we can't say how it is. But it is there, the two animal being and then the spiritual being. Then what happens at death? What came from the clay goes to the clay. Whether you burn the dead body, incinerate it, or you just bury it, whatever you do, it goes. From where it came, it goes back. But the spirit, and not only the spirit, the essence of the life of this individual, along with that spirit, goes to God. You know, there's a very important ayah of Quran, which we recite whenever something bad, some calamity occurs to us. Inna lillahi wa inna ilayhi raji'un. We belong to Allah, God. We have come from Him. Who's that we? Not our animal being, but our spiritual existence. Wa inna ilayhi raji'un. and we are going to return to Him. What happened at death? And this is now the second death. I quoted the ayah, Rabbana amattana snatayn. You put us to death twice. Once when we were spirits only, you put us to death. And then, when we were born in this world of matter, along with the body, again after some time you put us to death. And this is the second death. And now will come the day of resurrection. That will be second revival. Amattana snatayn wa ahyaytana snatayn. You put us to death twice, and then you revived us twice. And after that, now I have given so many lines why. Now the human beings will be separated into different groups, either to hell or heaven. And again here I write to eternity. But I have put a question mark. According to the general and orthodox belief, the hell and heaven both are eternal, 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 never to end. But there have been some scholars. Interestingly, two scholars who are dead against each other, Ibn Arabi and Ibn Taymiyyah, they both think that the hell will come to an end at some time. Very long period, very long period, very long period, but it will come to an end. But the heaven will remain forever and ever and ever. And from among our mystics, they say that these arwah of the people who are in heaven will eventually go and merge with divinity, with the person of God. But these two things are not the main concept or belief of the Muslims. It is hell and heaven both eternal. So now one point more, and then I proceed to the second point. These two beings of human being, the animal being, body plus life, and a spiritual being, they are absolutely independent of each other and full personalities. Now our animal being, it has its own sources of knowledge. The external senses, we get the sense data, and this brain here processes the data, and we infer, and we understand something. Then it is put to memory in this computer of brain. So we see with these eyes. This is our animal sight. We hear with these ears. This is our animal hearing. We think with this brain. This is our animal thinking. The ruh or the spirit, it has its own eyes. It sees without these eyes. It hears without these ears. It contemplates and thinks itself, not through this agency of the brain computer. There are many ayat of the Quran which tell this. فَإِنَّهَا لَا تَعْمَى الْأَبْصَارُ وَلَكِنْ تَعْمَى الْقُلُوبُ الَّتِي فِي الصُّدُورِ in Surah Hajj. These eyes don't get blind. The infidels, the opponents of Muhammad, Allah's grace and peace be upon him, they were not blind of eyes. They were blind of their spirits. وَلَكِنْ تَعْمَى الْقُلُوبُ الَّتِي فِي الصُّدُورِ. Because the spirit, its abode is our heart. For the animal being, it's a pump which is pumping the blood. But the spiritual being, for the spiritual being, it is the abode that is there, dwelling there. So these spirits can see, they can hear without these eyes and ears. And it thinks. Lahum qulubun la yafqahuna biha. Quran says they have hearts because ruh is in the heart. That is the abode. So we have given them the ruh, the qalb, but they are not contemplating with it. This is not this eye, this is not this brain. This is the sight and the hearing and the contemplation of heart, or we may call it spirits. So this is actually the existence of human beings being composed of two elements. The animal, let me quote here a Persian couplet of Sheikh Sadi, the sage and poet, Persian sage and poet. Admi zada turfa ma'junast, as farishta sarishta was haywan. This human being is a very strange type of mixture. In it we have an angel as well as animal. The animal is our animal being, coming from clay. Its desires and lusts, they take us down. But the ruh, spiritual being, came from God, and it wants to be nearer and nearer and nearer to God. There is a pull within ourselves. These two beings, they are at dagger drawn. The animal being, the id or libido, they want to take us to the lusts and pleasures of this world, taking us to the clay. But the spirits, they want to take us high up, nearer and nearer and nearer to God. Now, another diagrammatic representation. Two forms of human knowledge. And here I have quoted a saying of Ibn Khaldun, the great historian and the philosopher of history and sociology. Al-ilmu ilman, ilmul abdan wa ilmul adyan. Knowledge is of two kinds. Knowledge of the physical bodies, physical world, physical objects, and knowledge of the religions. I have only quoted it here. I don't mean exactly what he says. What I mean is that human knowledge has two sources. One is the animal source, other is the spiritual source. As animal beings, I have written down ilm bil hawas plus ilm bil aql. Sensory and empirical knowledge and knowledge through reason, aql, intellect. These two go to make knowledge of the physical objects, and to this I call acquired knowledge. Man has acquired this knowledge. He saw something, he heard something, this sense data went to the brain, computer, it processed and checked with the previous memory, reached at a new conclusion, and then put it to the memory again. And this way, step by step, step by step, step by step, this acquired human knowledge has now reached a very, very high position. But this can be divided into two. Names of the objects, knowledge of the physical bodies, And number two, philosophy. To try to know the reality as a whole. This knowledge, with our external senses and our intellect, it was creeping with a very low speed, step by step, step by step. Except for the last century, I may say, there has been an explosion, a very big leap, very big leap. But before that, we were going step by step. But human mind, from the very beginning, also tried to contemplate the total reality as it is. And for that, this philosophy came into existence. Now, Quran says that when Allah created Adam and He appointed him as vicegerent on earth, He taught him all the names. All the names. Allama Adam al Islam kullaha. There are more than one explanations of these words of the Quran, but popularly, and I believe in it, it means the knowledge of the material objects. Total knowledge was given, endowed to Adam. And then it exfoliated step by step, step by step. Potentially it was given to Adam. Just like, a seed contains the whole plant or the whole tree in it, potentially. But then it slowly comes up. 2 leaves appear and then go on, go on, go on. It becomes a full tree. So this is the exfoliation of that knowledge of all names which was given to Adam in the very beginning. Allama Adam al-asma kullaha. This is the knowledge of the name which we have now acquired through our faculties of inna sam'a wal basara wal fuad. Sam'a, basar, and this computer, brain computer, which processes the sense data. Through this, we were creeping. Whosoever saw for the first time a rock fell on another rock, and there was a spark of fire. Whoa! And then he tried himself. A rock striking against the other rock, and there was fire. So fire was invented. First form of energy that human being invented it. He must have been a very big inventor. Very big inventor. There was no form of energy before that. And so on and so forth. So this is Allama Adam al-asma kullaha. Main field of this knowledge is science, physical sciences. Philosophy is not the main field, but it was a necessity with the human beings to have some idea of what is this universe? Who am I? Where from I've come? Where I'm going? What is knowledge? What is evil? What is good? We should know. So this was the urge due to which the philosophers, the sages, they contemplated. And we have different forms of philosophies and ideologies, etc., etc. On the other side is the given knowledge, revealed knowledge. This is not earned by man. This is not acquired by man. This cannot be got by any person through his own will. No. It is bestowed by God. And the purpose of this is guidance. Guidance. You should remain on the straight path. Don't go astray. You will find, at every step, The path is bifurcating. One is going to the right, the other is going to the left. Which way should I go? So this guidance. And in Quran, in the same 4th section of Surah Al-Baqarah, Surah 2, section 4. In the beginning is mentioned, allama Adam al-asma kullaha. And in the end, فَإِمَّا يَاتِيَنَّكُم مِّنِّي هُدًى فَمَن تَبِعَ هُدَايَ فَلَا خَوْفٌ عَلَيْهِمْ وَلَا هُمْ يَحْزَنُونَ. Go and take charge of the earth. Now you were created as vicegerent on this earth. But know it, my guidance will be coming to you from time to time. Whenever my guidance comes to you, whosoever follows that guidance, he will have no reason to grieve or sorrow or fear. But whosoever will deny our ayat, our guidance, they will be the people of hell. And there they will abide forever. So this second knowledge is knowledge of religious truths. Knowledge through heart and spirit. This knowledge is not through these ears. The revelation heard by the prophets was not through these ears. It was through the ears of the heart, the ruh. فَإِنَّهُ نَزَّلَهُ عَلَىٰ قَلْبِكَ. It goes directly to the heart, not through the intervention of this ear, this animal ear or animal sight. No. It is knowledge through spirits or heart, because these two words are synonymous, because that is the dwelling of spirit. Now these have two forms. One type of revelation, we call it, is protected, and it is immune from error and satanic influences. That is the wahi which came to the prophets. No satans, no jinnis, not even the animal self of the recipient of wahi, of revelation. His own animal instincts cannot indulge here. And this is verbal revelation, recorded in the scriptures, in the books. We believe in Torah, we believe in Bible, Gospel, we believe in Quran, and that is the last message, the final message, the most complete guidance for all times to come for the whole of humanity. So this is protected. Another form of wahi that we may call, this actually, the first one is, we call it wahi jali, very apparent or lightning wahi, which has been coming now because the institution of prophethood has come to an end in the person of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, which used to come to the prophets. The other is inspiration. Inspiration. The first one comes through the angel, Archangel Gabriel. He has been bringing this revelation, prophetic revelation, to the chosen people from among mankind. Inna Allah astafa Adama wa Nuhan wa ala Ibrahim wa ala Imran ala al-alamin. Allah chose Adam and then Nuh and then Abraham and then the progeny of Abraham. And he has been sending his wahi through Archangel Gabriel to each one of them. This is the manifest, we may call it, wahi jali, very apparent, protected, and put in scriptures, in books. The other one is the feeble, we may call it, feeble, a sort of hidden wahi. This is the inspiration that you get yourself, which we call ilham in Arabic. There's something comes from true dreams also. And this form of wahi is continuing till this date, and it will continue till the end of this world. But it is not protected. It can be influenced by satanic influences. It can be influenced by the subject thought of the person who has received it. There can be mistakes in the interpretation that the recipient is making of it. And this is open. This type of wahi comes to animals also. The bee, it got wahi from Allah. And non-prophets, mother of Moses, she got this type of wahi. Acting upon that, he put Moses in the river Nile, and so on and so forth. This type of revelation is continuing and will continue till the end of this world. But this type of revelation for the prophets is protected. Not only the Wahi Jali is protected, but for the prophet, this inspiration is also protected. No satanic influence can come to it. Now, what the Jali and the apparent or the protected or the recorded Wahi has given us. Now, it gives us, number one, laws and injunctions. The do's and the don'ts. And the first of the foremost were the commandments given to Moses. God's blessing and peace be upon him. The 10 commandments. The do's and don'ts. Do this, don't do this. Eat this, don't eat this. Drink this, don't drink this. So this is the most important part of the Wahi Jali, the apparent and the shining Wahi, which has been preserved, which has been protected from satanic influences and preserved in the books. And second thing is the wisdom. The total wisdom, which gives the replies to the questions with which the philosophers have been grappling. Who you are, what is this universe? Did it come into being by itself, or there was some creator? If there was a creator, what are his attributes? Is he alone? Or he has assistants and subordinates and such, gods and goddesses with the small g. With the capital G, the God has been one. In Hindu mythology, Mahadev is one, Mahadev. But Devis and Devtas are so many. In Arabia, Allah, the God, was one. But Aleha, they had their idols and they had their own concept of the Malaika, that they are also to be worshipped. So, this wisdom, and wisdom is again into two parts. The general wisdom, theoretical wisdom, the philosophical wisdom, and number two, the wisdom behind the commandments. Why this fasting has been made imperative upon you? It has a wisdom behind it. Why these 5 prayers a day? They have a wisdom behind them. Why all these things? So wisdom of the commandments and wisdom regarding the philosophical questions and quests of human beings. So they become close to metaphysics, philosophy, metaphysics. It has connection with the general and the wisdom of Iman or faith. And sociology comes together, the commandments regarding individual behavior and the guidance regarding the politico-socio-economic system that human beings should adopt and enforce. So these are the two kinds of knowledge. And they are based on my first submission. Man is composed of two beings. The animal being, the spiritual being. And it has two knowledges. The animal being is earning knowledge, acquiring knowledge, step by step, step by step. It has reached to unimaginable heights, What has happened, let me say a few words more, that's all. The tragedy of humanity at this time is that the whole focus of attention of humanity is on the acquired knowledge. It has just discarded, put the revealed knowledge away. No attention to it. Had all this scientific and technological development been supplemented alongside with that, the spiritual knowledge, there would have been nothing bad. But now what had happened is, we have closed one eye of ours. Believe. We don't believe. Maybe. Can't say for sure that there is God. Maybe there is one. But the universe is very much here. We must apply our intellect to understand this universe. We can't say whether there is some human soul or spirit also. Maybe there is some. But the body is very much here. So we have to look after it. We can't say whether there is any life after death. We can't say. Maybe, but we can't say. But this life is here. It is real. So we have to focus our attention to this life. In this way, for those of you who know the word Dajjal and the Antichrist in the West, that big human catastrophe which is going to come. One-eyed Dajjal, according to our traditions. And that is one eye. Allah gave us two eyes. The spiritual knowledge and the material knowledge. We have closed one and opened the other to the extent, extreme extent. This is the calamity. Now our knowledge has become destructive. Humanity is fearful at any time. Any accidental war can start and which can wipe out life from this planet. The good old planet Earth. It can happen. Lastly, Allama Iqbal's philosophy is called the philosophy of self, khudi. One of his disciples, he asked him, what's the source of your philosophy? Is it from Nietzsche or Bergson or some other person? Sayyid Nazir Niazi was one of his disciples, so to say. Iqbal said to him, okay, come tomorrow at that time and I will dictate to you. He told us in one of our Quran conferences that I was very glad that the poet of the East will dictate to me the source of his philosophy of khudi. philosophy of self. So I went there very happily. But he said, take out Quran from that shelf. I became frustrated. I thought he will say, take out some history of philosophy book, Quran. And he said, that is Surah Al-Hashr, you know. It is chapter number 59, and the ayah is 19. وَلَا تَكُونُوا كَالَّذِينَ نَسُوا اللَّهَ فَأَنْسَاهُمْ أَنفُسَهُمْ. Don't be like those who forgot Allah. And Allah, in return, made them forgetful from their own selves. وَلَا تَكُونُوا كَالَّذِينَ نَسُوا اللَّهَ. Don't become like those who forgot Allah. And what was the punishment for that from Allah? فَأَنْسَاهُمْ أَنفُسَهُمْ. He made them forgetful of their own self. Now what is that self? Is any human being forgetful of the needs of his animal body? If there's some disease, we run to the doctors. We wash our bodies with soaps and so on and so forth. Who is forgetful of his body? His animal being. So what is that self which human beings forget, ignore? That is that spiritual self. And let me quote finally. We may call it a verse from Upanishads, the Hindu scripture. Very beautiful. Man in his ignorance, man in his ignorance identifies himself with the material sheets which encompass his real self. Real self is something else within you. And these are the material sheets, these bones and this flesh and this skin. These are the material sheets of that real sense hidden within you. But man in his ignorance identifies himself with the material sheets which encompass his real self. Thank you very much for the kind attention that you have given me.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. We are starting our question and answer session. As you have heard, Dr. Israr Ahmed has covered a vast area bearing both on ontological position of man and epistemological questions. It's a vast area. He has very briefly touched everything. And now it's your time to question him. I hope you will not needle him, because he is not a philosopher. He is a medical practitioner, switched over to spiritual healing, as I say generally. But of course, he is a scholar of Quran. He has studied Quran very intensively, very closely. This is a gathering of multi-religious people, community from different faiths have come here, and we should meet in an ecumenical spirit and try to understand each other's point of view.
Let me start by saying what a delight your presentation was, and how clear it was, and how much I appreciated it. And there are so many questions I would like to ask, but I'm very aware that there are others who want to ask questions too. So let me just pick one, and that was I was interested in the way in which you reconciled the story of natural selection and Darwinian evolution, appropriately modified, with the Quranic insights about human anthropology. And what surprised me a little bit is that my impression is the vast majority of Islamic thinkers are very suspicious of the sort of ideological baggage that Darwinian evolution has in the West, and view it therefore with a lot of suspicion and are often very, very critical of it. But you seem to be quite happy to talk about the fact that certainly the animal, human, did evolve from, animals, and it was in some point in that process we were given a spirit. And how do you find that do you find you have a lot of sympathy in the Islamic world for these positions, or do you find that you are often criticized for them?
Thank you very much. Firstly, please note that I do believe in evolution, but not in Darwinian evolution. Evolution is something else, and the mode through which it has taken place is something else. The struggle for existence and the survival of the fittest and natural selection, and that automatically changes one species to another, this is wrong. At every change of species, we need another kun from God. And this, the mechanism of Darwinian evolution has not been proved and not very much liked in the biological areas, in the academia. So every time we have to have a kun, and that change becomes from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Now actually the damage that Darwinian evolution has done to humanity is because of the focus on the animal being only. Man is not an animal being only. He is a spiritual being also. And that is out from the discussions or studies or quest of the scholars. This spiritual existence has not come through evolution. It is direct from Allah, direct from God. So because I said it is the calamity and the tragedy of modern mind, that we have just shut our eyes from that side. And now, if we are only animals, now we can follow animals. Animals don't discriminate between wife and mother and daughter. Why should we? They don't take the trouble of dressing. Why should we? This civilization has gone down to the animal level because the other aspects are absolutely out of sight. Now, whole sociology, whole thought is focused on the animal being. That's all. So that is the reason why Muslims don't agree with it. But if we have this idea that these two things are separate, this animal being has come through evolution, but for every change in the species was due to another new fresh command from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Kun. And so it has happened.
Your interpretation of the origin and the birth and the development of the universe, it was very interesting. And I think very beautifully and logically you weave the creationism with evolution. I have a couple of questions. One is that you talked about three forms of creation: man, jinnis, and angels. What
three
is
forms of self-conscious creation. Yes.
Okay. What is the qualitative difference between these three different forms of creations? And in your view, what different roles have been assigned to them, or what different capacities they have to perform these roles?
The angels were created out of light, and they are, so to say, the civil service, we call it. They are implementing divine commands. They have no animal existence at all. No lusts, no desires, no id, no libido. But then, human beings, they have been blessed with spirits. But jinns don't have spirits. They are alive. They don't have spirits. Therefore, no revelation could come to them. Revelation only could come to the human beings because they have that apparatus, that ruh, that spirit within them which receives it. The antenna is there, they don't have it. So, vicegerent on earth is man. And he is the only creation of God in which both the worlds, the world of Amr and the world of Khalq, they have come together. Jinnis are only Khalq, not Amr. And the angels are Amr, no Khalq. And here, both have met together. The spirits belonging to the world of command and the animal being to the world of creation.
I'm trying to relate here in this very interesting and for me very instructive exposition that you have made today, that the thought about the body itself, you I think also in some ways refer to as kapra, quoting Upanishad, I suppose, in a way that it's a covering, which is, I think, in a way the Sikhism looks at it. The kapra is, body is quoted, is named kapra quite often in the Guru Granth Sahib. And kapra, or the human incarnation, so to say, is the result of your karmas. Karmi ave kapra, nadri mokh dwar. And it is through the grace, nadar, karam of God, that the moksha, emancipation,
Salvation.
Yes, salvation. The door of salvation only opens up through the grace of God. But it is through your karma, through your doings, through your actions in your prior births, that you got this human body. And this human body is then considered as one of the greatest blessings which has been given to you, because it provides you the instrument, the sources of energy, as you said, the thinking, the intellect, the ability to reason, the ability to see, to comprehend, acquire knowledge, gyan, and then try and get closer to God. And the biggest suffering is, where we start or begin, is the suffering from being separated from God, the Atma, the spirit, being separated from God, the process of individuation. And in this process of individuation, the thing that comes up as the main obstacle in our ability to reunite with the eternal spirit is the so-called home, or which, once again, I go fully with you when you say that surah has to be called surah and not a chapter, because home, I think people have tried to translate it into I amness or id or ego, or I was even impressed by the use of word khudi by Allama Iqbal. And that is the big problem, that home dhirag rog hai. Home is the greatest malady. Daru bhi isma hai. Daru, the malady,
Medicine.
the remedy, also is in this. Because if there is God's grace, then it will put you on the right path. So what I was trying to figure out and understand, is two aspects here. One is that how do we envisage, how do we sort of comprehend the role of the physical human body as such, and the role of our ability to make choices which has been given to us by God, in other words, human will, because that is where home comes in. So if you could elaborate on that for me.
I'm thankful to you, brother, because you have given an exposition of your own, which is in consonance with what I have said. You have used the very correct word, instrument. This body is the instrument. Our ego or khudi or spiritual existence is the real existence. But it has to earn good deeds through this body, or it is earning hell for itself through this body. And this is actually like a horse you have to ride. So your khudi should be strong enough to control the horse, or it will throw you down on the ground. So both these things are necessary, and there is, the hadith of the Prophet, Inna li nafsika alayka haqqan. This body, animal body, has also rights upon you. You have to take care of it, everything. But don't think that you are only this body or animal being. Actually, your actual existence is a spiritual existence.
What have been the reasons for the decline of the Islamic civilization with the basic characteristics that you have presented in your talk? Maybe you will address that in a later subject. But my main concern here in the question is that your talk includes a number, multiple layers of contradictions. That's to say, there's a contradiction or dualism within man that you talked about. But there's also another kind of contradiction or dualism outside of man, between perhaps different civilizations or philosophies or discourses. And since God is a central figure within the Abrahamic tradition, within Islam, it seems that at the end of the talk you were somewhat pessimistic about human destiny. Now, how come that God becomes absent here, although we are in so much need of God in the presence of contradiction, civilizational contradiction or human contradiction? How come that God does not interfere in order to restore that balance between the two entities that you spoke of?
First of all, let me admit that this is global civilization, but it is, as its origin was Europe. It's European civilization which has engulfed the whole of the globe. Regarding the question, God doesn't intervene. He has created this world, bestowed human beings with faculties, and now it is for them to show خَلَقَ الْمَوْتَ وَالْحَيَاةَ لِيَبْلُوَكُمْ أَيُّكُمْ أَحْسَنُ عَمَلًا. Man is being tested over here. What you do? So actually this will happen, but that was not the subject of my talk. Finally, we agree, both Christians and Muslims, the kingdom of heaven on earth is going to be established. It will be established. But first of all, we have to return to the basics, because this Western civilization or global civilization you are calling, it has gone deep into our own intellects, our own thinking, our own value structure. Even we are being, subject to the same influences. So Allah will make the truth rule over the whole of the world.
I have a couple of questions about the second part of your presentation on human knowledge. What I found missing in your epistemology is one thing. Your assumption seems to be that ideas generate ideas. I'm talking about the right-hand knowledge of physical objects. In other words, the intellectual sphere is an autonomous sphere. What seems to me missing is the idea of the social construction of ideas. In other words, ideas themselves do not generate subsequent ideas, but philosophy and social science theories are the product of the socio-economic conditions in which they are articulated. Would you accept that position?
Yes.
Going to the left side, then I'll ask the other question.
Actually, what I said was that this acquired knowledge, mostly it is the science, knowledge of these physical sciences and then technology, and that is the main subject today. It's the focus of human attention. But because man wanted a total knowledge also, and he needed it, how to behave in this life, and he needed some philosophy. And along with that, I should have added, and I have on that diagram, the social sciences. And you have to generate them, and you have to build them, and then you have to live by them. Yes?
Going to the left side, you have one box, it calls recorded and open revelation. In Islam, I would assume that you mean that open and recorded revelation is contained in the Quran, right?
Yes.
Would you also include hadith?
Hadith
In
on
this
the other
category,
side.
or it's in the second box?
Second box,
which is,
but for the prophets, this is also protected. The dreams that the prophet had were revelation for him. And you know, the inspirations. Because in Surah Shura, we have 3 forms of wahi. مَا كَانَ لِبَشَرٍ أَن يُكَلِّمَهُ اللَّهُ إِلَّا وَحْيًا أَوْ بِوَرَاءِ حِجَابٍ أَوْ يُرْسِلَ رَسُولًا فَيُوحِيَ بِإِذْنِهِ مَا يَشَاءُ. It is not possible for human beings to talk with Allah, except in 3 forms. From behind a curtain, just as Moses had that conversation with Allah on that tomb, and an inspiration directly from Allah, or a wahi coming through the angel. And this wahi is the manifest, the jali, the recorded one. But what is coming inspiration? That is the second aspect of wahi. And for the prophets, this is also protected. So hadith is, you know, sort of a trayer of that wahi khafi.
Then the other 2 boxes, one is called laws and injunctions, and then the legal code. I have 2 questions about that. As far as the laws and injunctions are concerned, are they permanent, or on the contrary, they are changeable? Are they time-bound? Because, as you know, there is a debate going on right now within the Islamic circles, what is permanent and what is changeable. The other is about the legal code. Is this legal code directly revealed, or is it derived from revelation? In other words, is it a human construction that is based on revelation, or is it directly derived from revelation?
You mean Sharia?
Sharia, yes.
What was the first thing?
The first was is it permanent or
It is
changeable?
permanent, and that's actually connected with the finality of the prophethood. You know, these laws were kept changing. The law of Moses was something else. The law of Muhammad is somewhat different. But when humanity reached its puberty regarding this intellect, then the final prophet came. And this is for all time to come. This is final, permanent, and till the end of this world. Now, Sharia actually is derived from the Jali Wahi, from Quran, as well as from the Sunnah, not Hadith. Sunnah is the practice of the Prophet. And we have 2 sources of Sunnah. One is the continuity of the practice of the Muslims. The companions saw the Prophet and followed him, and then you know the Tabi'een saw the companions and followed them. So this continuity is coming. This is one source, a bigger source of Sunnah. And the other is Hadith. So these are the two permanent sources of Islamic law, Sharia, Quran and Sunnah. But then there was ijtihad. Actually, I have to talk about this subject when I talk tomorrow about the political structure of Islam. So this ijtihad, that is in changing conditions, when we have new problems, then we have to make ijtihad, keeping ourselves within the parameters of Quran and Sunnah. But we have to frame further laws. So Sharia now has this third element also. And that is why we have Hanafi school and Shafi school, because they have their own judgments and ijtihad. And now Quran and Sunnah and ijtihad, they go to make one Sharia.
I have a question. In fact, maybe I have misunderstood about the case of Talim Asma. Now, this Talim Asma is the name of the things which is on earth, or the names of the God. For us to understand God, to know God, because the basic thing that we have been sent to this world is to know God, to have knowledge of God. So to my knowledge, I knew that Allama Asma here means the names of God, rather than being the names of the things on earth.
Yes, brother, actually when I was talking about that, I said that there are more than one explanations of this. So one is which you are presenting. The other is that the asma and names of the prophets to come. That man has something good in him also, although he will make fasad and there will be bloodshed through this human beings. But you can see there will be Moses, there will be Jesus, there will be Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So this is another opinion. But my opinion is the one which I have presented. This is the knowledge of the material world. We know something and name it.
Okay. Is the knowledge of material world different than the asma of God, or attributes of God? When we think, because God, in fact, creates things, and then we know the things.
No, this universe is,
because this is connected with the evolution as well.
Is the shadow of only one name, and that is Khaliq, Al-Mubdi', Al-Badi', that's all. But this universe has so many things that we have to know them and we have to name them. Every science has its own terminology. Unless you know that terminology, you can't understand their science. So I think this terminology and names of things.
First, I'd like to also thank you for your presentation.
Thank you very much.
And now I'd like to follow Ibrahim's question and your answer to Ibrahim's question, which I think fits into some of the things that you said. If the collective we in this world, if we are going the wrong way, to use collective language, which has been emphasized here, if God is not going to and does not intend to intervene, if indeed, as you also said, we only have, again to use a colloquial language, voices in the wilderness who are advising us the other way, and we therefore cannot be, at this point, optimistic that the civilization's going the wrong way is going to change, then how can we expect the kingdom of God on earth to come about?
When I said God doesn't intervene, I meant from beginning. The beginning has to be from human beings. They have to struggle. God has intervened by sending his prophets, his books, his guidance. That is also intervention. Now it is for the human beings to follow them and to strive to establish the kingdom of heaven on earth, the divine kingdom, the Islamic State. And that is our job. But when we are doing that, Allah will help us. God will help us. So that help will come. But without our own effort and endeavor, it is not going to come. He will not do it for us. We have to start, but then the help will come.
But let me just press a little more, if I may. Again, how can we be optimistic given the present condition of the world that you described? How can we be optimistic that in the human struggle things are going to change? And if I go to the Islamic belief that the final prophet has come, well, then how can we be optimistic that we're going to have other prophets who are going to come to help us? We can't even expect that.
Yes, no new prophet is to come. But we have a concept in Islam of mujaddids, the revivers. And the Prophet said in every century, Allah will send people who will revive Islam and the basic thoughts of Islam and basic teachings of Islam. These are called mujaddids. And they have been coming in every century. So mujaddids will come, and then the divine help will come. And secondly, although we believe that no new prophet is going to come, but Jesus is to come. He has to come again. We believe, just like the Christian brothers, the second coming of Jesus. And through him, actually, this is going to be a global kingdom of heaven on earth. But it will start from among Muslims. At a critical juncture, when the Antichrist appears, we call him Dajjal, then you know Christ will come himself. He will descend. This is our belief.
So that means that the human agency would be futile somewhat.
Not futile,
Because
but they will be crowned by something for help, you know. And this will be another help.
Mm-hmm.
But first of all, in Arabia, these are the prophecies of the Prophet. An Islamic state will be established. And before that, an Islamic state will be established somewhere in Pakistan and Afghanistan. Because the prophecy says that the armies will come from some eastern country to establish the rule of Mahdi. يَخْرُجُ نَاسٌ مِنَ الْمَشْرِقِ يُعْتِعُونَ لِلْمَهْدِي يعني سُلْطَانَهُ. So this is going to be a human effort first of all, and then Allah will help. Mahdi will be the last mujaddid, and mujaddids have been coming.
I have another question, which is of a general nature about the type of discourse that you have presented, which is not, of course, novel in Islamic theology. Since Muslims have been discussing that since the Tadween age in the 2nd, 3rd centuries of Hijrah, especially with the Ash'arite philosophy that you have presented so well today. But there have been other types of philosophy within Islam, such as the Mu'tazilite philosophy, or perhaps Sufi philosophy and theology, and so on and so forth. And this is a historical fact, which I'm not going to dwell on very much. But what I'm concerned about is the type of education that we have in South Asia nowadays, the type of Islamic education that has been commonly referred to as madrasa system. And the madrasa system is based primarily, perhaps, on the type of theological discourse that you have presented. But the madrasa system in South Asia, especially in the modern era, in the 20th century, 21st century, seems to be totally cut off from the concerns of contemporary Muslims. Although there is that balance in a normative way between the physical and the spiritual that you have talked about. But if we discuss the madrasa system in Pakistan, in India, in Bangladesh, in Kashmir, in Afghanistan, madrasa graduates do not seem to understand the modern world at all. They don't even seem to understand such basic Islamic issues as social justice, as an example,
Yes.
since they have no knowledge of the major problems of capitalism and the capitalist civilization, which has become global. And therefore, the question is, if we believe that the normative discourse that you have presented is the correct discourse, but in actuality it is cut off from life, it is alienated from life, then the question is, how can we establish bridges between this discourse and the contemporary needs of the Muslim world?
Actually, this madrasa system was devised to produce legal experts of Islam and the magistrates and judges on the Muslim governments. It has some relation with hadith, but mainly it is fiqh. So actually, we should say this is out of the context, it's gone away. Now we are producing only Maulvis who can lead prayers in the mosques, who can give you fatwa about very small things, that's all. Because when Islam or Muslims degenerated, Islam didn't remain a deen, it became a mazhab. Now, if the Britishers were ruling over here, the law was the British law, civil code, penal code, and so forth. What was the job of the Muslim ulama? Leading prayers and teaching people how to say prayer and how to keep fast, and that's all. And this part of our society has become accustomed to this part of deen only, and that is mazhab, and not Islam. And they are not very much concerned with Quran. So we have to bring about and establish an educational system based primarily on Quran.
So you're saying that the ulama in, let's say, Pakistani society are not concerned about the Quran?
I think that is not included in their courses. Very small part of Quran is included in their courses. They are more concerned with hadith and fiqh.
Mm-hmm. I think that there is a larger question about the status of the ulama in contemporary Muslim societies, specifically in South Asia. And from what you're saying, that the ulama are facing a major crisis.
Actually, what happened
in terms of their own Islamic
when
ideas.
the Britishers came to India, now because a civilization, a military power with a scientific background, so we were so much obsessed with it that the ulama, they decided to go to the corners. They thought we can't, have a confrontation with this civilization as this knowledge. So they content them to corners so that at least name of Allah, name of Muhammad, and name of Islam can be preserved. And that is why, in India and Pakistan, Islam, at least as a religion, is very forceful. Not as a deen, not as a system, social system of life, and just social order, no.
So are we saying that the modern Muslim states that have come after colonialism have failed in retraining Muslim ulama in an Islamic way?
Yes, definitely, I agree. Because actually, after the end of colonialism, so to say, it has not ended up till now, but so to say, the end of colonialism, the people who came to helm of affairs, at the helm of affairs, rulers, they were all trained by our colonial masters. They were brainwashed. They were they had accepted the Western civilization. And they are ruling. So actually, the colonial rulers are ruling till today by proxy.
But we have an example of Iran where the ulama are in power.
Yes.
If we look at the Muslim scene in the contemporary
That's the only exception. And that was actually a political movement was hijacked by the ulama.
So the Shiites are better than us.
They have proved that they have more power and endurance and the spirit of sacrifice. And this tragedy of Karbala has persisted in their hearts. So this, to lay down, the virtue of laying down your life, it is within their bones.
What I do see here is a very altruistic underlying theme of the emancipation of the whole mankind as a part of the evolution or the development through the development of the individuals. And I'm trying to relate this to a pluralistic setting. And I'm wondering that how would we conceptualize or envisage such a process taking place? Would it be only through the acceptance of this, or would it be through a process of bringing the various thoughts together and somewhere emphasize and find a paradigm which really moves the humanity forward, the totality of humanity forward? And in that process, I see that the role of change and acceptance of change will be a decisive factor. Now, how do we relate this entire concept in its more global setting and possibly the global future? Because I mean, if you look at the demographics, I think there is a considerable amount of problem inherent in the whole kingdom of God emerging.
Yes, Brother Nidmal, truth is one, and the true deen is one, and we have to propagate it. But for that purpose, we have to emphasize not the dogma or the creed, but the system of social justice, which is the need of all humanity. For 300 years or 400 years, humanity is in search of some just social order. From kingship, and these lords and barons and etc., there was French Revolution. But it culminated into capitalism. So there was another revolution, Bolshevik Revolution. It has failed because it was not divine guided, the straight path. In reaction you go to other extreme. So that was extremist. So now again we are back to capitalism and liberalism and secularism and so on. But there will be another step in which humanity will go. But for that purpose, at least in some one sizable country on the globe, we must establish that socio-politico-economic order of Islam so that people can see with their own eyes, this is Islam. What we have been fighting against was something else. This is Islam. So that is the answer to all the questions humanity is facing today. And that is why now America, when they say we are not against Islam, they are saying true. They accept Islam as a mazhab, as a religion. And it comprises of three parts. Some creed, dogma, beliefs, some forms of worship, some social customs, what to do with the dead body and how to solemnize the marriage and how to celebrate the birth of a new baby, etc., etc. Well, you can have any belief. You can come to America, buy a synagogue, turn it into a mosque. You can come to America, buy a church and turn it into a synagogue. We have no objection. We are ready to embrace you, but not the political socio-economic system. That is ours. It will remain ours. We don't accept any divine revelation or divine guidance regarding these things. Now, what was the point of difference between USSR and the Western world? For half a century there was going Cold War, but what for? The political socio-economic system. Otherwise, the Russians and all these countries, Eastern European, they were also Christians. And Western Europe and America was also Christian. There was no fight of creed or something else. It was the system. So whosoever is gaining by this capitalistic system, he has to protect that system anyhow. And he will have to go to any extent to guard their interests in this world. And they fear Islam only as a political, socio-economic system, not as a Muslim, not as a religion. They can keep all the religions at par in America, yes. You can make a Gurdwara, you can build there, go there. Hindus can build temples and go there. Whatever you do, but nothing doing. Our secular, liberal, and then our capitalistic system.
Can I just come back to this chart for a moment and perhaps pick up on something which we have touched on, and that is there are many texts in the world, many texts, many books in the world which people claim to be infallible. You know, conservative evangelicals such as George Bush and others would talk about the Bible in those sorts of ways. Certain Jews would talk about the Torah in those sorts of ways, the Bhagavad Gita, Tripitaka, and so you can go on. Can you just clarify, how do you know which is the book which is protected and immune from error and satanic influence? How do you know which book has that status?
That has to be a historical research. Quran throughout 14 centuries has remained as it was. Bible has not. There were revisions, changes. You know, Ahmad Didat, you know, he had this subject, specialized in that subject. Regarding Torah, the Jews also believe that the real Torah is no more there. It was destroyed or buried in the tunnels under that Temple of Solomon in the year 587, when Nebuchadnezzar had invaded and demolished that temple. So I can say this thing about my Torah and Injil only. Regarding the scriptures of the Indians, they are not sure who were the authors of the Upanishads, who were the authors of the Vedas. They are prehistoric type of things. But Quran, you know, is in the light of history, full light of history.
One other question about this chart, and that is, do you have any sympathy? There are some in Europe who argue that the rise of science, the rise of scientific learning, needed to emerge from a theistic and religious framework, because of course it's the assumption of faith that the world is ordered, which makes it possible for people to investigate it. So do you have any sympathy that actually you need religion to create the possibility of science?
I think this hypothesis is historically wrong. You know, the days of the Muslims, the Abbasids, they had the background of Islam and science, mathematics, you know, all these things, medicine, they flourished. We got those things from Greek sources and from Indians, developed them, and we had the background of belief in God and religion. And we transferred it to Europe through the universities of Cordova and Granada and Toledo. But because, you know, the rule of Pope in those days in Europe, which had prohibited science and philosophy both, that had created an anti-religious sentiment among the masses. So when science started developing, it had that anti-religious color in it. That is the real cause.
At superficial level, there seems to be a contradiction between science and religion. But I think what he was saying was that there is a continuity. The fundamental, foundational, philosophical assumption of science is that life in universe has an order. And this is a religious truth. So science built on that metaphysical idea and tried to find out the nature of order in the universe. So all the developments in philosophy of science, particularly in physics, and I think Dr. Abdul Salam had this notion, and he was hammering it again and again, that whatever developments in modern physics are taking place, they are fundamentally derived from the notion of order that we inherited from religion. So that was probably, is that true?
That's exactly right. Yeah.
So in that sense, there is no inherent contradiction between science and religion. But I want to go back to...
But I never said
Sure.
there is contradiction. These are two things side by side. I never said there is contradiction.
There's a difference between saying side by side and saying that
are same.
it's built on that. There is a continuity. There is a qualitative linkage between the two.
No, but only one truth, that there is order in this universe, doesn't go to make it religion. The belief in one God, creator, that is the basis of it. And he is the guider to the right path.
That's why modern physics is going to the idea of trying to find a unified principle in the universe. Anyway, I want to go back to this whole, to the chart. That is the framework which is very lucidly articulated, and I really compliment you on that. My question is, you divide the human knowledge, what you call religious truth, into two categories: protected, which is immune from human error, that you describe as revelation, prophetic knowledge that we received from the prophets. And the other is the knowledge that we gain from intuition, dreams, illuminations, and ESP. And also, going to the right side of this chart, from knowledge from reason. My question is it possible to come up with a set of ideas independent from guidance from revelation that is capable of guiding us to the truth? Is it possible to reach the truth by sheer human reason? One. Secondly, is it also, when we say that the whole idea is to find the religious truth, is it possible to find this truth through several paths? For example, the whole idea of interfaith religious dialogue that is taking place in the West is that the fundamental religious reality is the same. And there are different paths, methods to find that truth. I'm not saying that it will not be subject to error, but I just want you to entertain the possibility, just the possibility,
Of
that there are certain other ways to find the truth, independent of prophetic guidance.
actually, to know God, there are so many ways and paths. But to know the path, straight path, that is by revelation only. And this revelation has been coming time to time. فَإِمَّا يَأْتِيَنَّكُم مِّنِّي هُدًى. And according to the mental or intellectual development of humanity as a whole, there was a development in that also, till it reached its zenith in the person of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So we have to accept for the right path this revelation which has been given by Allah for the humanity, whole of humanity, for all times to come. As you know, that Quran says, وَمَا أَرْسَلْنَاكَ إِلَّا كَافَّةً لِلنَّاسِ بَشِيرًا وَنَذِيرًا. He is the only prophet who claimed that I have been sent for the whole of humanity. Even Jesus said, I have come to find the search of the lost sheep of the house of Israel. And Quran says, all prophets came for their own nations only. إِلَىٰ عَادٍ أَخَاهُمْ هُودًا وَإِلَىٰ مَدْيَنَ أَخَاهُمْ صَالِحًا, etc., etc. He is the only one who says, I have been sent for the whole of humanity.
So you do not that I can live a moral life on the basis of secular ethics?
Yes, you can live, it will be basic human morality. Basic human morality, to speak the truth, not to deceive anyone, not to rob, not to steal. These are things which Quran says, they have been imbued in human nature. Alhamaha fujuraha wa taqwaha. This nafs, it has been imbued with this. But the path, straight path, what to do, what not to do, that is something else. That comes from the prophethood.
What would you say is the hope for us Christians and Jews in your view of the future?
The final shape of humanity is going to be Islam. When Jesus Christ comes, he will say, I was not crucified. This crucifixion is a fiction. And I had told you that the law of Moses will remain. So Christianity and Islam, they will merge together into one religion under the leadership of Jesus. Because according to the Quranic philosophy, whenever a messenger was sent to any community, if that community as a whole rejected him, it was annihilated. This happened to the people of Noah. This happened to the cities of Sodom and Gomorrah. And this happened to the people of Ad. They are not mentioned in Bible, but in Quran. They were ancient Arabian nations. Samud, to the people of Shu'aib. Then, Pharaoh and his armies were drowned because they didn't accept Moses as their prophet. Jesus came as the messenger for Jews. And Jews as a whole didn't accept him.
But Judaism does contain the idea of the Messiah is Judaic. So Judaism, in a theological sense, does not deny the phenomenon of the Messiah. And throughout history, and I'm talking about modern history, there have been a number of messiahs who have claimed that position. And one major one in the Ottoman Empire in the 17th century was, I forget his name now, Shabbatai ben Tzvi. Shabbatai ben Tzvi in the 17th century claimed that he was the Messiah on the basis of Jewish foundational ideas. So I don't see your point, because in Judaism, the idea of the Messiah is not absent at all.
No, it is there.
It is still there.
But that Messiah come to them. They didn't accept him.
Jesus.
So yes, Jesus, that was the Messiah. And he claimed, I am the Messiah.
Right.
But they didn't accept. So the seat is vacant up till now. So they are waiting for their Messiah. And someone will stand up to someday and claim to be Messiah and lead them to, the greater Israel and so on and so forth. Anyone can come. And that will be Antichrist.
I think also we are too far away from the basic subject. Now, you said that we have two forms of knowledge.
We have?
Two forms of knowledge.
Yes.
Okay? But what about the source of knowledge for Islam? I mean, what sources that Islam accepts that true knowledge comes to us?
Both knowledges are true.
No, I mean,
this is the knowledge of this universe. And universe is the creation of God.
so is one source.
And that is why all the physical phenomena are referred to in Quran, ayat of Allah. They are the signs of Allah.
Yeah.
So actually, Quran to us is the word of God. And this universe is the work of God. And there's no contradiction between the two.
So they are same.
Yes.
In one sense. One is coming from Kalam, the other one is coming from...
Because I said, Allama Adamul Asma Kullaha from God. So this all scientific advancement is from God.
Okay, we are now again to the subject. Thank you.
أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن محمدًا رسول الله أشهد أن محمدًا رسول الله
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. We start with the recitation from the Holy Quran. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. والعصر إن الإنسان لفي خسر إلا الذين آمنوا وعملوا الصالحات وتواصوا بالحق وتواصوا بالصبر. Translation goes like this: all humans, since there is gender consciousness these days, I'm not translating it as men or women. All humans are doomed except those who believe and those who do righteous acts and those who bear troubles in the way of Allah, endurance, and finally who stand for the truth. وَتَوَاصَوْا بِالْحَقِّ وَتَوَاصَوْا بِالصَّبْرِ. I welcome you all, ladies and gentlemen, to the second day of our round table with Dr. Israr Ahmed. I would like to inform you that this is not the first encounter which Dr. Israr Ahmed is having with Christian and people of other faiths. Rather, he has been visiting states and he has been invited on different occasions to meet people of other faiths, interfaith dialogue conventions, and especially I will mention there is a association of scriptural reasoning, and they held a meeting quite a few years ago, and he was invited there, and he exchanged ideas with Christians and with Jews and some other people. So this is our second encounter, I would say, which is very close and focused on certain topics and issues. This is our second day of deliberation. The first session is on political and economic system of Islam. Yesterday, Dr. Israr explained to you that Islam is not just a spiritual tradition. Spiritual tradition in the sense of personal piety, rather it comprehends a socio-political order. It's a civilization. It is a complete way of life. And today he will elaborate on the political and economic system of Islam. I request Dr. Israr to present his ideas.
أحمده وأصلي على رسوله الكريم أما بعد فأعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم قال الله تبارك وتعالى كما ورد في سورة يوسف أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم إن الحكم إلا لله وقال تبارك وتعالى كما ورد في سورة الشورى وأمرهم شورى بينهم صدق الله العظيم رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقهوا قولي. I praise Allah and send my blessings to Muhammad, his messenger, rather the last messenger, and I take refuge with Allah from Satan the accursed, and I begin with the name of Allah, who is compassionate, merciful. Then I have quoted two ayat from Quran. I will refer to them later on in my discourse. As you know, I have to speak, but I can't elaborate, as the brother said, because we have only 1 hour at our disposal. I can only give you a sketch, brief sketch, of the political and economic system of Islam, starting with the Islamic polity. The first point I want to make is that Islamic state or Islamic polity is not democracy, nor it is theocracy, nor it is aristocracy, nor it is dictatorship, nor it is monarchy. None of these terms suits with Islam. But if we want to use these terms, because we know the connotations of these terms, and because we have to be brief, Islamic polity is theo-democracy. Two elements have been joined together. Now, democracy is based on popular sovereignty. Sovereignty in Islam belongs to God, not to any person, any king, any sovereign, any emperor, or to the whole humanity. It is one of the biggest sins in Islam to associate anyone as partner in the sovereignty of God. It is shirk. And this shirk in Islam is unpardonable. It is unique. And that's why, first of all, I quoted the ayah from Surah Yusuf. It is Surah number 12 and ayah number 40. Inil hukmu illa lillah. Sovereignty belongs to Allah alone. There is no sovereign, no ruler, no lawgiver except Allah. And this subject has been repeated in the Quran so many times. We find in Surah Bani Israel, Surah 17, Ayah 111. وَلَمْ يَكُنْ لَهُ شَرِيكٌ فِي الْمُلْكِ. There has been no partner with him in sovereignty. He is the king. He is the ruler. And we find in the next surah, Surah 26, Surah Al-Kahf, Ayah 26, وَلَا يُشْرِكُ فِي حُكْمِهِ أَحَدًا. He is not ready to accept any partner in his sovereignty. At so many places we find the word Al-Malik, the king, for Allah. In the beginning of Surah Al-Jumu'ah, in the end of Surah Al-Hashr, Al-Malik, Al-Quddus, As-Salam, Al-Mu'min. 8 names of Allah in rapid sequence in one ayah of Quran. 8 names. But the first one is Al-Malik. He is the king. He is the sovereign. So here we rule out democracy. Democracy based on popular sovereignty. Sovereignty of the people. But theocracy, what does it mean? Rule of some clergy or some caste, as in Hindus, Brahmanism. There's no Brahmanism in Islam. There's no rule by clergy in Islam. No pope. So this is not theocracy. I need not go into detail, dictatorship or aristocracy. None of them fits in. Now, what is the relationship of the theo element and the demo element of this theo democracy? Let me mention here, this term was coined by Maulana Maududi. The credit should go to him, and I agree with him, yes. Theo democracy. The theo element are the injunctions of the Quran and the Sunnah. No person, no class, no clergy. And the demo element is the shura, the mutual consultation about those things in which we don't have any clear injunction of the Quran and the Sunnah. Let me explain it with an example. And here I am referring to a hadith of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Masalul mu'mini ka masalil farasi fi aqiyatihi. Mu'min, believers, they are like a horse tied to a peg. A believer is not free to do whatever he likes. He is a bondsman to Allah. He believes in Allah, so he has to accept His commandments. He is bound by them. He believes in the Prophet, so he has to follow the example of the Prophet. Another binding. He believes in Quran, so he has to obey the injunctions of the Quran. So he is like a horse tied to a peg. Now I extend this simile. If we have an open ground and we want that the horse should also run and move, if we can tie this horse with this peg, with a rope 200 yards long, a circle with the radius of 200 yards come into existence. In this circle, the horse is free to move to the east, to move to the west, to move to the north, to move to the south. To 50 yards, to 100 yards, to 150 yards, to 200 yards. But not an inch beyond the 200 yards. Can't go. Tied up. Now, in this example, this circle represents the injunctions of the Quran and the tradition of the Prophet. We can't go beyond this. But within this circle we are free. And Quran says it is amruhum. Allah has left this circle for the people to decide. And there they can decide by mutual consultation. Amruhum shura bainahum. The matter that Allah has left for you to decide, you can have mutual consultation. And you can make decision by counting of votes, no harm. For example, if you have to hold a reception at your house, what drink is to be served? No alcohol. Gone. That is beyond that circle. But any beverage, any syrup, you can serve, and you can decide by counting the votes which one is to be served. So this is the demo element, democracy. Here nobody holds the authoritative position that I will say whatever I say you have to. No, nobody. This is amruhum. This is the matter left by Allah for the community. They will decide it. In this way, Islamic polity, Islamic state is a combination. Within this circle, you can establish the best norms of democracy, best norms of democracy. We can say it's limited democracy. But limited not by any person, not by any human being, not by any class of people, not by any nation over any other nation. Limited only by the injunctions of the Quran and the tradition of the Messenger of Allah. Now, I come to the second point. If sovereignty belongs to God, what remains for the mankind? That is called Khilafah, vicegerency. Allah created Adam according to the Quran as vicegerent on earth. Vicegerency, and what is the relationship between the sovereign and the viceroy or the vicegerent? We have our experience, and Brother Markham must be knowing it. We were subjects to the Britishers. The sovereign was there, the king or the queen of England. We had a viceroy in Delhi. What was the relationship? Whatever instructions are coming from His Majesty's government or Her Majesty's government, they have to be implemented as such. The viceroy can't change them. But where there is no clear instruction from His or Her Majesty's government, the viceroy has to look to the local conditions, use his best judgment. What would be in the best interest of the kingdom? And he can take a step. So this is the relationship of man with Allah. فَإِمَّا يَأْتِيَنَّكُم مِّنِّي هُدًى. Whenever some guidance comes to you from me, you have to obey them. But wherever there is no clear injunction, it's your matter, you decide by mutual consultation, and you are a vicegerent of Allah. Now let me give you a brief history of this vicegerency. Till such time that the institution of prophethood was continuing, this vicegerency was personal. The Prophet was the vicegerent of Allah, because he had the connection with the sovereign. The wahi, the revelation was coming to him. He was the recipient of the orders, divine orders, instructions from the sovereign. So it was a personal vicegerency. And let me give you an example about Dawood alayhi salam. Quran says, Ya Dawood, inna ja'alnaka khalifatan fil ard. O David, we have made you the vicegerent on earth. Till Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, this institution of caliphate, vicegerency, was personal. Muhammad was Khalifa of Allah. Although this word is not used for Muhammad, his position that he was a messenger is so profound that no other position can be ascribed to him. But he was the Khalifa. Who was the ruler at Medina? And in his last days, who was the ruler over the Arabian Peninsula? Muhammad. He was getting instructions from Allah. But after the death of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam and the end of the chain of prophets and messengers, now this has become a collective institution. Just as monarchy, sovereignty of Pharaoh, sovereignty of a king, and the divine rights of the kings, now it is popular sovereignty, not personal. Except for the king in England, only a token, maybe a decoration piece and nothing else. Same case in Japan. But sovereignty is to the people, collective. But for the first time in human history, this republican type of government, people having that authority, was the collective caliphate of the Muslims. Now the caliph, the viceroy, the vicegerent, was to be elected through mutual consultation. But I am talking about only the pious caliphate of Abu Bakr, Umar, Ali and Usman. Later on it turned into monarchy, kingship. Although that kingship was also bound by the laws of Allah, but now it was a dynasty going on, whether they were the Umayyads or the Abbasids or the Ottomans, it was a dynasty. Not appointment of a caliph through popular consultation. Now this is the vicegerency. Now the third point is, we have to derive the fundamentals and principles of Islamic State, a modern Islamic State, from the Quran, the tradition of the Prophet, the example of the pious caliphs. But exact replica of the pious caliphate cannot be established again in this world, due to three things. That period of pious caliphate was an appendix to the prophethood of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Continuation. Number two, the purification of the selves of the companions that had been done and achieved by Muhammad was to such a level that we could never fear any selfishness, self-interest from those people who had been trained and purified by Muhammad. We can't expect this level of piety and selflessness now. Number three, that was a tribal society. For mutual consultation, there was no need of taking the opinion of every person. The chiefs of the tribes, the head of the families, if they consulted with each other, the object of consultation, mutual consultation, was fulfilled. That is not the case today. It's not a tribal society, mostly. Somewhere in the corners of the world, there might be tribal system. We have it in our Balochistan and so on. But generally, it has gone. So now we have to derive the principles of Islamic State from the example of the pious caliphate, the four caliphs, and fundamentals from Quran and Sunnah. But we have to take and borrow the institutions that have been developed by the West. What mode of mutual consultation? You know, Abu Bakr said, I am accountable before you. If I go wrong, you disobey me and correct me, rectify me. I am no dictator, I am no ruler, I am not infallible. I can commit an error, and then you have to rectify me. But how to rectify? Who will rectify you? There was no institution. Just for example, the impeachment of the President of America, institution. There were no this type of institution over there. The same thing was said by Umar, radiallahu anhu. If I take the right path, you have to obey me. If I go on the wrong, you have to rectify me. What will you do then? A Bedouin stood up, he took out his sword. We shall rectify you with this. And he said, thank God that I am not leading the dumb people. Dumb or deaf, no. So, institutions we have to borrow from the West. Just as this light, you know, not invented by a Muslim. We are using it. This loudspeaker, not invented by any Muslim. We are using it. In the same way, institutions we have to borrow. So we have to have three pillars of the state. Although they say that there is a fourth pillar also. We have to have a legislature. We have to have a legislature, an executive, and a judiciary with defined authorities, defined limits, defined checks and balances. Now, what is the scope of legislature? It's a very common misunderstanding that there's no scope of legislature in the modern Islamic state. Islamic law is already there. We have only to enforce it. No. The clear do's and don'ts from Quran, we have to abide by that, or from the Sunnah. But there's a vast area, very vast area of legislation about the foreign policy, about the form of government, whether it should be unitary or federal or confederal, whether it should be parliamentary, two house, or one house, parliamentary or presidential. These are all mubah, and please note, in Islamic law, the principle is not that only such things are permissible which can be proved to be permissible by Quran and Sunnah. No. Everything is permissible which cannot be proved to be forbidden according to the Quran and the Sunnah. So these two things are very different. Had the case been the former one, the legislative scope would have been very narrow. But here, everything is halal, permissible, unless it can be proved to be haram, forbidden, by the injunctions of the Quran and the Sunnah. So vast field, the taxation policy, what type of a government you want, what subjects you want, an authority you want to give to the provinces or the states, and what you want to retain for the center, etc., etc., etc. Wide scope. And now framing these laws now by the legislature is called ijtihad. Ijtihad, the root is the same as juhud, from which we derived jihad, to struggle, to strive. Ijtihad is to exert yourself to the utmost, to frame a law or rule about something which has appeared now, it was not present in the days of the Prophet. So you have to derive from Quran and Sunnah, and this inferring, deriving, so that you don't cross the limits of the Sharia, but within the limits of the Sharia, you are passing a new law. This is ijtihad. Quran says, Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu, ati'u Allah wa ati'u Rasul wa ulil amri minkum. This is the 5th surah, ayah 59. O you who believe or profess to believe, I am including Muslim and Mu'min both. O you believe, who you believe, or all who profess to believe. Obey Allah, obey His Messenger. And people who hold authority amongst you, from among you, not Muslim. We are not allowed by Quran to obey non-Muslims, but we can be forced to slavery. We have been forced. But Quran doesn't allow us. Atiullah wa atiur Rasul wa ulil amri minkum, those who hold authority from amongst you. So we have to see to Quran, to the tradition of the Prophet, and then the people who hold authority. At that time, the caliphs, and then the kings, and in the modern state, it will be the parliament. Now, ijtihad can be done by any scholar, any learned man, any alim, but whose ijtihad will be enforced as law. That will be decided by the parliament. And this is what Iqbal said in his lectures. Now ijtihad would be through parliament. It doesn't mean the parliament is sovereign to frame anything. It can make ijtihad within the limits of the Sharia. And then every citizen will have a right, if he thinks that any proposed piece of legislation has crossed the boundary of Sharia, he can knock the door of the judiciary. Parliament has transgressed its limits, because in the Constitution it has been laid down that sovereignty belongs to God and no legislation can be done repugnant to the Quran and the Sunnah. Let me have a chance to prove it in the court. Not any body of ulama, court, judiciary. And definitely in an Islamic state, the judges would be learned in Islamic law, Sharia. But it is not out of their belonging to some class of clergy, but the judiciary. They will decide. And if they come to the conclusion that yes, this piece of legislation has transgressed the limits of the Sharia, it will be null and void. But the matter will be referred back to the parliament. Frame new law. So now I have to make haste. What about the elections in Islamic State? Who will have the right to vote? What would be the age? Number one, it is adult suffrage. For every Muslim, he can vote. I missed one point. The caliphate, collective caliphate, is the caliphate of the Muslims, not of the non-Muslims. Someone who doesn't accept God as his Lord and his ruler, he forfeits his right of vicegerency. So Maulana Maududi used the term popular vicegerency, and here I disagree with him. It is not the popular vicegerency. Popular means all the people living in that state, irrespective of their religion, anything. No, this will be the caliphate of the Muslims, Khalifatul Muslimin. Just as the parliament members in the democracy, all the citizens are sovereign, but they delegate their sovereignty to the person whom they are voting for. And now those people are sitting in the parliament and exercising the right of sovereignty, framing laws. In the same one, every Muslim living in that Islamic state, by his vote, he delegates his vicegerency to the persons who are sitting in the shura or the parliament. But they will be Muslims only. This is the bitter thing and very unpalatable for present civilization, the present Western civilization. I'm coming to that. So now election can be, by mutual consultation, we can fix the age. But all Muslims, men and women, will have the right of vote. Age can be fixed by mutual consultation. Amruhum shura bainahum. And as regards the candidates who come forward, I think his age should be fixed at 40, at least. Because in one ayah, number 15 of Surah Al-Ahqaf, Allah Ta'ala has fixed the age of 40 for psychological maturity of human beings. And then he has to pass through screening. What is his character? In Islamic State and in the court, no Muslim can appear as a witness unless he is screened. What's your character? What your neighbors say about you? How have you accumulated this wealth? Can you justify? So very thorough screening of those who come forward to fight the election. This is the only distinction. Otherwise, all Muslim males and females are eligible to vote. Now coming to non-Muslims. Yesterday, more than one brother said that you have spoken frankly. So I have to be frank again. Non-Muslims in an Islamic state are not full citizens of that state, because this is an ideological state. It's not a nation state that people living in some geographical area, they are all equal citizens, irrespective of their faith, religion, creed, whatsoever. It is not the case with the Islamic State. Only who believe or profess to believe, only who are Muslims. I told yesterday that the basic of Islamic State and Islamic society is Islam, not Iman. Now, what are their rights? They are free to practice any religion, believe anything they like. One God, 100 gods, goddesses, gods. They are free to worship anything, any person, any deity they like. They will have their personal law absolutely independent and free. They will practice their own personal law. The places of their worship, I said yesterday also, will be protected more than the mosques. They are sacred. They will be free to do business, to enter services, and if they like, even army. But they are not bound for military service. All Muslims will be bound for that. Whenever they are required, it will be a people's army, just like China and Israel. People will be working, but they are all soldiers, and they are called, and they take the part in the defense of the country or whatsoever it is. They are free to preach their dogma, their religion, their beliefs to their people and their children and their next generation. They can have schools for them only, not the Muslims. They are not allowed to preach their religion to the Muslims. Here you have to note that because the basis of the state is religion, the basis and the foundation of the state can be eroded and corroded if this freedom is given. Now, only two places where the non-Muslims will not be able to participate. One is the legislature. It's very logical. That has to be based on Quran and Sunnah. And they neither believe in Quran, nor in the Sunnah, nor in the Prophet. So only Muslims can go there. The non-Muslims can have their own parliament, consultation body, to fight for their rights, to represent themselves. Oh, okay. But the legislature has to be of Muslims. Number two, the highest positions where the policy is framed of the state. Non-Muslims will not be included there because the basic policy of Islamic State is to propagate Islam throughout the world. Try to establish Islam as a political, socio-economic system over the whole of the globe. That has to be the basic policy of an Islamic State. And it's clear that no non-Muslim will be contributing to this. So these are the only two places. Otherwise, they are free. And then they have to pay tax. Muslims will be paying zakat, an obligatory tax, obligatory charity, 2.5% of all your belongings. But a fixed jizya, we call it, and there is a very bad taste about this word jizya. It is from jaza, the reward, because Islamic State is providing them peace, tranquility, security, just like the concept of taxes. Why do people pay taxes? To make the government able to have peace there, security, defending the country, you need army, you need force. So non-Muslims will pay jizya or tax. And it is a poll tax on every individual. It will be forced. So now, I think I have covered the basic questions regarding Islamic polity. Now I turn to Islamic economic system. Here I have to be more brief. It's a very complicated subject. And I told you in the very beginning, I have not been a student of philosophy or student of economics. But because Quran claims that it is the guidance for whole mankind for all time to come till the end of this world. So it has touched and discussed all these aspects of human life. On that basis, I find myself, having a right to speak on these topics also. I will keep, two reference points. Capitalism and communism. Although communism, it is said it is dead, I think it can be resurrected. It was a reaction to capitalism. And now the capitalism is going much farther, much farther, much farther. And the reaction you saw in Seattle, in Davos, in Washington, this is the reaction to that global capitalism. If Islam doesn't come in this world, this communism in another form, another shape, socialism will come as a reaction. So now these two systems, they are the point of reference. And I don't need to go into details. Private ownership, not only of the articles of use, but also the means of production. A factory, a mill, a farm, anything. Here, on the other side, no private ownership. In the beginning, that was total negation, but then they allowed private ownership of the articles of use. You can own a small house, a bicycle, or a car, and so on, for use, not for production. What was the result? Positive result of capitalism. Personal incentive to work harder. If I earn more, I possess more. Competition, better production, free market, no controls. Let the prices be determined by the demand and supply. If the demand is more, supply is less, prices will go high, let them go high. If the demand is more and supply is less, otherwise it can happen. The authority to hire and fire. So if you want to remain as an employee, you have to work. You have to work. So the production was more. On the other side, no personal incentive. You have to pay wages only, that's all. Why to work harder? Why to produce more? You will not possess more. You will be given the same fixed wage. So no improvement in the quality of production. Quantity, quality, both remain back. And that was the fall of communism, the cause of the fall of communism. In the beginning, there was an ideological fervor which sustained that economy. But this ideological fervor became diminished and diminished and diminished and diminished. So what happened? The area of wheat growing of Russia was far more than the area of America. But America was exporting wheat and Russia was importing it. But on the other side, the positive point of communism or socialism, not a very wide gap between the haves and the have-nots. There was difference. A foot constable or an ordinary soldier and the commander-in-chief, they couldn't be equal in their salaries. But they say that the most difference maximum was 1 to 30, that's all. And in that system, appalling gulf between the haves and the have-nots. But then the capitalism had to make a correction. This gulf has to be kept in certain limits. If the poor are hungry, they will attack you, they will revolt. So give them subsistence level, unemployment allowance, some sort of security, social security. Give them something. Otherwise, they will revolt. I hear that they call it the internal management of capitalism. Now, what is Islam? Maybe you are astonished to know, according to me, my study, Islam doesn't have one economic system, it has two. One economic system at the height of spirituality, deep faith, and height of spirituality. The system is something else. At the legal level, at the common people level, the system is something else. There are four cardinal principles of Islamic economic system at the high spiritual level or the deep level of belief and iman. Number one, nobody owns anything. Neither individuals, nor the nation, nor the state. Ownership is for Allah. Just as in the political system, we said, ruler is Allah. Sovereignty belongs to Him and Him alone. In the same way, lillahi ma fis samawati wa ma fil ard. You don't own anything. Ownership belongs to Allah. You are only custodians. Parallel to caliphate. These are custodians. You don't own even your body. You have to be caliph of Allah on your body also, to enforce the divine law on your own person, in your own home. In the same way, ownership belongs to Allah. Nobody owns anything. Number two, whatever you earn, maybe through agriculture, maybe through business, maybe through industry, or service somewhere in the offices, etc., etc. Whatever you get is not your earning. It is the bounty of Allah. You know, if you have hired a person for working as a laborer, and you say, I will pay you $20 in the evening. You have to work for 8 hours here. Now, if you find that the person has worked very hard, in a very responsible way, he didn't need any supervision to work. He was working out of his own responsibility. So in the evening, you give him $20 plus 5 more. This is fadl. He couldn't demand it. It is not his earning. He could demand only $20. The extra 5 are fadl in the terminology of Quran. Surplus. So whatever you get in this world is fadl of Allah, not your earning. The word of earning is Quran uses for whether you are earning virtues, good deeds for the reward in the hereafter, or you are earning bad deeds resulting in punishment in the hereafter. These are the earnings. Laha ma kasabat wa alayha maktasabat. Kasb, to earn, mostly, except only in one place in Quran, that is used for earning also. Earning materially. Now the first principle, nobody owns anything, neither individuals nor the state. Everything belongs to God. Whatever you get in this world is the bounty of Allah, not the result of your labor. Number 3, out of this which you have been given, your right is only limited to your needs. Whatever is surplus from your needs is the right of the poor, people who have remained behind financially. Or you may say it is for Allah. Give it away. It's not yours. Allah has put it in your wealth to test you, whether you keep it for yourself or you give it to the people whose right it is, not yours. يَسْأَلُونَكَ مَاذَا يُنْفِقُونَ قُلِ الْعَفْوَ. When there was, instruction and persuasion, spend for the cause of Allah, spend for the pleasure of Allah, spend and spend and spend and spend 1,000 times. People asked, what is the limit? How much? يَسْأَلُونَكَ مَاذَا يُنْفِقُونَ. How much we have to spend for the pleasure of Allah? Answer was, قُلِ الْعَفْوَ. Whatever is spare, whatever is more than your needs, whatever is surplus, give it up. Don't keep it with you. This is the right of the deprived people. These 4 cardinal principles go to make a complete economic system. The Prophet ﷺ himself, he lived at this level. Never accumulated any wealth. No penny to be retained. And there were a number of his companions whom we call fuqara sahaba. Abu Zar, Abu Darda. They were living at this level. And after that pious caliphate, the Muslim saints, whom we call Sufiya, they lived at this level. And in a Muslim society, although these people will be in a very minute minority, but they are the pacemakers. Who is to be honored? Who is to be respected? The wealthy man or this person who owns nothing, who retains no wealth? He is to be honored. He is to be respected. So moral values, the pacemaking of these moral values is done by these people who are living their life at this level of economic system. But this is absolutely voluntary, not forced. There is no fixed level that this is your requirement and this is not your requirement. You have to fix it yourself. The more you believe in the hereafter, the more you will tighten your belt and spend more for the pleasure of Allah, so that you get the reward in the hereafter. To give you an example of the teaching, how the Prophet used to teach his people, a goat was sacrificed in the house of Aisha radiallahu ta'ala, the wife of the Prophet. All the meat was distributed among those poor people, the Ashabu Suffa. There were people, who were sitting in the mosque only to learn from the Prophet, doing nothing, no business, no labor. So it was distributed. She only kept one shoulder because this meat of the shoulder was liked by the Prophet. He retained. When the Prophet came, he asked, what remained of that goat? He answered, nothing but a shoulder. He said, no, whole of the goat has been saved, except this shoulder which we will consume. What we have given, it is saved forever. Just as Jesus said, don't collect in this world where there is fear of theft, where things, are destroyed. Why not gather everything in the hereafter? There's not going to be any theft there, no loss. Why do you deposit in the banks over here? Why not deposit in the divine bank of the hereafter? So this is voluntary. And that is the beauty of it. Not forced. It's not legal. Legal things are forced. Now I come to the second legal system, legal economic system of Islam. It is controlled and internally managed capitalism. Private ownership is allowed. You can have a shop, you can have a factory, you can have a farm. In a limited sense, it is your property, but it is actually its divine trust with you, sacred trust. With this principle, all those things of capitalism come there to play, which was not there in communism. Personal ownership, personal incentive, competition, try to improve your product. You have to compete in the market. Try to lessen the price. You have to compete in the market. All these cardinal principles of capitalism, by virtue of which capitalism triumphed and succeeded, and Fukuyama boasted, this is the end of history. It is proved that this system of ours, based on liberal democracy and capitalistic economy, is the best. There's no rival. Man has reached the pinnacle, the climax. There's nothing else who can come and confront our system. But Islam has done two master strokes by which capital will play a role in the economy, but it will not go beyond certain limits to become an overall controller of the economy. Chaining this genie of capital. H.G. Wells has mentioned in his part in the short history of the world on Roman Empire that the concept of currency came only in the Roman Empire for the first time. And man didn't know what type of, chains he has attached it to himself and bound by those chains through this currency. Before that, it was all barter system. One is working in the field, he has grown wheat. Other one is sitting, and weaving cloth. You exchange the cloth for the wheat, that's all. There can be no hoarding. There can be no manipulating of the market, nothing. Simple. But when currency came, this much of gold is equal to so many mounds, kilograms, 1,000 kilograms of wheat, this much. Or this much gold is equal to 1,000 yards of this cloth. Now this is the key. You keep that gold in your, and then you can manipulate. Prices going high, prices coming low. So Islam has changed this genie of capital so that it should come in the field and play its role, but not overshadow the whole of economy. Number one, no interest whatsoever. Earning has three elements: labor, capital, and then chance also. The same amount of labor and capital earns some amount of profit at one time, and the same amount of labor and capital may earn different amount at different time. But in principle, capital earning capital, haram. Except a few cases I will let you know. Basic proposition is capital with labor. This is the rightful earning. Only capital being an earning agent. This is interest, this is usury. Both declared haram. It was haram according to Judaic law also, as far as I know. And it is haram in the Sharia of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Now the exceptions are only if you build a house, you can rent it out. Here also you are not working, but you are earning due to your capital. But this capital is fixed. If you give 10 million pounds or dollars to a person who is working, maybe he earns and it becomes 15 millions. Maybe he loses and he has now only 8 million with him. So that is different and this is different. Here it is a stationary, solid form of capital. It is not going to increase or decrease that way. Because you have lived here for 1 month, you have to give some reward for that. This is permissible. Ijara. In the same way, if somebody has some capital, some money, but he cannot do any business himself, either he is sick or ill or old, or he doesn't have that faculty, he gives this money to anybody. You do the business. This is called muzarabah in Islam. But in this proposition, if there is a loss, it will be borne by the man who possesses the capital, not by the worker. If there is some gain, then it can be shared. The risk is to the capital, not to the labor. Another form could be, and that is the normal form, you join together and you pool your money, your capital, and you are doing business, okay. But you give your money to someone, he is working, and you say, I don't know whether you gain or you lose. I must get the pound of my flesh, I have to get it, the pound of the flesh. I have to have 10%, 15%, 16%. That is my right. You might have lost, you might have gained. There are other means also by which Islam has chained this capital, this genie of capital. There should be investment, there should be working with the capital, but not on interest. And interest of both types, usury as well as business and commercial interest, yes. Number two, gambling forbidden. Here you earn or lose only due to chance. No. Earn by labor. And this thing now, as you know, has become the greatest thing in the whole world. Speculation, taking the market up and drowning it to the bottom. The capitalist can play due to this speculation. Then there can be no trading. Either cash, give the price, take the material. Or if it is for future, you have to pay the total value in the first instance. BPAAE Salam it is called. If you have make an agreement that in next wheat season, you will provide me 1,000 mounds or 1,000 kilograms of wheat at this rate. Now calculate the total value and give the total value now, then only you are entitled to get those 1,000 kilograms of wheat at that time. Not after paying 10% or 5% or 10% and then you know the deal is done. No. By this, I will again use the word master stroke. Over trading is stopped. You do the trading within your limits, whatever capital you have. Over trading. The capital going far out. So these are some of the measures. The most important, riba. There is nothing more haram and more forbidden and more disliked in Islam than interest. Allah says, if you don't give it up, then listen, there is an ultimatum from Allah and His Messenger against you. Allah will go to war against you. In the belief, shirk, to assign some partner to Allah. And in actions, this riba, interest, the worst things, according to the Islamic Sharia. Now, what is the internal management? Institution of zakah. And here is a fixed line. If you own 7 tolas, I think it will become 3 or 4 ounces. If somebody can correct me. You are above this line. This poverty line, you know, had been fixed. 52 tolas of silver, 7 tolas of gold. If you have, you are a donor. If you don't have, you are a recipient. This zakah is to be taken from you legally, forcibly. And the first caliph of Islam, Abu Bakr, fought against those people who refused to pay this zakah. That is one of the pillars of Islam. I talked about the pillars of Islam yesterday. The Shahada, the 5 prayers, the zakah, obligatory charity, and the Sawm, fasting, and Hajj. This is one of the pillars. Although he was advised, don't declare war against them. We are going to war against those people who have claimed the false prophets, who have stood up and we are also prophets. And also, the war started with the Romans. So don't open a third front. He said, no, I have to do it. So this zakah, tukhadhu min aghniyahim wa turaddu ila fuqaraihim. It is taken, extracted out of the rich. And the rich are those who are above this line. And they are returned and given to those who are poor. But the poor is not the one who has nothing to eat, but the one who doesn't have 52 tolas of silver and 7 tolas of gold. In this way, because there is free competition, and in free competition, there necessarily there will be people who will go forward and some will remain backward. Free competition. So now who have remained backward, they have to be taken care of by those who have gone ahead. This is the internal management. But the beauty of this Islamic system is that the moral teaching is, don't accept zakah. Work. It's against your dignity. Not like, the right. We have the right to have this social security. It's our right. We have to have it. No. The moral teaching is, earn for yourself. Don't live on this charity. So there goes to be a very big difference between the two. I request to add one point to the political structure, which I forgot. It's not one party system in Islam, multiple party system. But the manifestos of all the parties will be screened, that none of the manifestos contains anything against the injunctions of the Quran and the Sunnah. But there can be different parties, they can have different outlooks on taxation, they can have different outlook on the provincial authority and the central authority, and they can have different these things. Whichever is permissible and mubah, not haram, not proved to be forbidden, they can include. But it has to be screened. Or somebody can go to the court, just like, if a piece of legislation has been passed by the legislature, I have the right to go and knock the door of the higher judiciary that this is against Islam, this is against the Quran and the Sunnah, in the same way.
Israr Ahmed has almost very barely and schematically stated the essentials of two very important areas of corporate life, our political system and economic system. And he has studied his normative point of view, of course, gleaned from Quran and Sunnah. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. We have heard Dr. Israr Ahmed's presentation on two very sensitive issues, the political system of Islam and the economic system of Islam. The two areas are very sensitive. One of us has his own sensibilities, coming from different cultures, of course, different mindset. We may have different ideas, but Dr. Israr Ahmed is essentially representing Quran and Hadith. That is his normative point of view. Now, for interaction, I would first request Dr. Norton.
I have listened attentively to what you've said, and I feel obligated as a proud Jew, let me say, who believes in Judaism, but perhaps even more importantly, as an open-minded and I hope compassionate human being, and as an advocate of democracy, I really feel that I must make a brief, respectful, but also frank comment that you may answer if you wish. Now, for much of my life in my teaching, writing, and human rights activity, I have struggled against the Jewish exclusivity of the State of Israel, made so by its Zionist character. As a number of great Jewish thinkers have argued in the past, and do argue today, this exclusivity is in opposition to basic human values in Judaism. This state incorrectly presumes to speak for all the Jews of the world. This state is an exclusivist one because it grants rights and privileges by law to Jews, not granted to non-Jews. This state has also oppressed the indigenous Palestinian population in order to maintain itself as a Zionist state. Here is the heart center of the Palestinian-Israeli conflict. As I already stated, I have opposed and do oppose the exclusivist state of Israel, just as I oppose other types of exclusivist states based upon race, color, and or religion. I have witnessed in the past decade especially growing numbers of Jews who, although still a minority, agree with the position that I have. This minority includes both religious and secular Jews. The religious Jews, by the way, believe that today the Torah is valid, alive, and is correctly the Word of God, just as you believe the same for the Quran. They, by the way, would be surprised, as frankly was I, if they heard or read some of your interpretations of Judaism that they consider to be factually incorrect, such as your comments yesterday about Torah following the destruction of the first temple in 586 before the Common Era, the meaning of the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah, and your written comment in this pamphlet about Jews believing they are exempt from punishment by God on the Day of Judgment, which, according to Judaism, is not correct. The Jews, religious and secular, who believe, as do I, about exclusivist states, obviously reject your advocacy of an Islamic state in Israel or anywhere else in which non-Jews and others do not have all the same human rights, including all of the political rights, that includes the right to vote as well, as do Muslims. Those Jews who believe in Zionism and support the Jewish exclusivist state, they also, of course, certainly reject your idea that could, if your advocacy prevails totally at any time in the future, could result at some point in an Islamic state in all of historic Palestine, which encompasses the present state of Israel. Presently, then, 5.2 million Jews reside in Israel. Not many, if any, Israeli Jews would accept your advocacy of an Islamic state. In the late 1970s, at a meeting in London organized by the Organization of the Islamic Conference, to which I was invited as a panelist, I said this to the Palestinian Islamic theologian Ismail al-Faruqi, who advocated an Islamic state for the whole Middle East, including Palestine, Israel. He answered that the only three choices for Jews in Palestine would be to leave, to accept the Islamic State, or to stay, fight, and then be expelled or killed. Now, before asking you to state if you would answer likewise, I wish to point out briefly, in addition, that an American scholar from Harvard, as you probably know, Samuel Huntington, espoused a theory a few years ago that there was a clash of civilizations between the West and Islam. Some other scholars agree with this theory. Some, like myself, argue that this theory is incorrect. Key advisors to President George W. Bush believe and advocate this theory. What you have said indicates to me that you believe this theory to be correct, even though you are on the Islamic side of the argument. If I am correct in my assumption, you are, I suggest, actually helping the advocacy of the Bush advisors, even though that is, of course, not your intent. Perhaps you would also comment upon this. Again, I make this comment respectfully, but sincerely. Yesterday, you advocated serious debate and dialogue with non-Muslims. I also make my brief comment in that context and with that spirit. Admittedly, I am ready to pursue further discussion, debate, and dialogue with you, although, given your belief that you have the truth from God through Muhammad, I certainly do not think that I can shake you even to question your faith. And I have doubts that you will be able to convince me to believe differently than I do. Perhaps then the discussion will be useful only to the extent that we make sure we understand one another's positions and views correctly. Thank you.
I don't think I have to say anything about these comments except one. The alternatives for Jews or Christians or Hindus or Sikhs or in Islamic State, they are not only three, that either they leave or they become Muslims or they fight. No. I told you they can remain in Islamic State, they can remain Jews, they can remain Christians, they can remain Sikhs, they can remain Hindus. But the overall political socio-economic system will be Islamic. But you have the right to believe anything, you have the right to worship anything in any way you like. You have the authority to practice your own personal law. I have told you this.
They could stay.
Yes.
That's
definitely,
one option.
Definitely.
There are two others.
But they are not equal citizens.
May I? Have you?
Yes, I'm done.
Thank you. I think I have a couple of observations, questions, precisely on issues relating to the minority management in a state envisioned along the lines that you have mentioned. What I'm trying to figure out really is this, that is there, firstly, a critical mass attached or associated with this concept that the majority shall to declare a state, Islamic state, be 51% or 99% or something like that? Is there some such critical mass associated with it?
I don't think there is any.
Because I want to then proceed from there, because if we take the position of 51-49, we take position of 50.1 and 49.9, I think we are in for a big trouble. And likewise, we are in a big trouble. In fact, at any point, at any stage of this curve, any stage, and I shall try and explain it to you how, that we take a situation of any hypothetical country where you have a certain percentage of people who are so-called minorities. They have a right to live. They have a right to work. They have a right to produce children. They have a right to feed them. And they have a right to tell them, hey, this is your God. They don't have a right to tell the others, this is my God. But the others have a right to tell them, this is my God and this is the God that is the true God, and therefore you better believe in it because that is my purpose and my mission. And now we are, I think, trying to create a different kind of situation here, firstly, that in terms of the cultural and religious identity of people, the so-called freedom really is in name, because the freedom essentially implies co-equality of some kind. Otherwise, it is no freedom, because if there are constraints on freedom, because it's a relationship of a transaction, and if it is not a transactional situation, I think really the persons are constrained. That's one part of the thing. And then
I think we take it one by one.
Okay, yes, sir.
Actually, you are thinking the modern sense of a secular state. What is a secular state? All religions as religions are equal. In theory, at least. Although every state can have some state religion, but no, all are equal. But regarding the collective system, the politico-socio-economic system, there is going to be no say of any religion. This is 100% against Islam. As I described yesterday, Islam is a deen, not a mazhab. It's a system. There can be no two systems coexisting. Islam doesn't believe in that. One has to be superior, the other inferior. The inferior one will become mazhab. That will be a religion, a set of beliefs and set of worship and this, that's all. But the system would be the dominant system. Will be, for example, for America, they want its own system of economy, their own system of liberal democracy and secular democracy, etc., etc. Secondly, this concept of minority and this percentage, 51% or 49%, you know, actually Islam as a system can only be established through a revolutionary process. And a revolution is always brought about by a minority. Were the communists in majority in Russia to bring about the Bolshevik revolution? They have an ideology, they present the ideology, it is accepted, and then those people who accept they are integrated, organized, and then they topple the system. So this is actually Islam, if it comes. And I think it is going to come. It is going to be the just world order of Islam.
I think this concept really about the revolution coming from a minority and creating an Islamic state possibly will hold good where the very significant majority of the population is Muslims.
No, Brother Nirmal, we have before us the model of Muhammad. He was a single person. He propagated an ideology. He got one by one. Even after 10 years hardest labor, he didn't have more than 125 people with him. But then a whole revolution was brought about. So revolution means revolution. It has its own mechanics.
Dr. Roger, please.
Dr. Ahmed, I'm beginning to understand your line of thought at this point. You are outlining to us an idealized system which you have thought through deeply, and there's one process missing. That process is by which the caliphate becomes how it is created, the process of the creation. It comes about through the jihad. And yet we already know that the jihad in Pakistan has been commercialized by US money. But that's by the by. My main point is that revolution comes about through the overthrow of the state. And we know a great deal about revolution, because whatever revolution has happened in the past has always been determined by the process that the revolution comes about. And you haven't mentioned to us, you haven't discussed that actual process itself. Now, let us look at only very, very briefly one revolution, and that was the Russian Revolution. And the very process that revolution took place undermined it. It was destroyed by the process itself. It was not destroyed, as you said, by the system of lack of incentives. That was a byway. The key thing was that it tried to create a socialism in one country. And Trotsky wrote about that. And the point that I'm making is this. The Western ruling classes took up jihad in using the modern terms, not their own term, but the Western ruling classes took up jihad against communism and fought it to the death. because it wasn't, because it was only in one country, a big country, a rich country, but in only one country. And the very process that your Islamic State is created has been missed out altogether. And the idealized version that you give us is only an idealized version, and we know from the past that the idealism from which it starts will be undermined by the process itself.
Well, I have to make two comments. Number one, the process through which a revolution comes is going to be the topic of my talk tomorrow. So you are ahead of the schedule. Number two, when I was discussing ayah number 59 of the 5th surah, I should have said, because the constraint of time was too much, that Quran has not discussed how these people of authority will come up. O you who profess to believe, you have to obey God, His messenger, and the people of authority from amongst yourselves. How they will come up? By mutual consultation. But the process of mutual consultation can be different. As I said, in a tribal society, the chiefs of the tribes, the heads of different houses and dynasties, they sit together and they decide. So Abu Bakr was chosen. In the same way, Abu Bakr appointed Umar, but by consulting the people and having their consent. So these things, you know, they are there, but today we can have a new system, and this, I said, this adult franchise, and all the Muslims will be voting for the Caliph. So I think I had talked about that, but you very rightly pointed to a vacuum in my talk.
I would like to follow on the heels of Roger's comments. It seems to me that the methodological thrust of your talk in general is based on a certain normative understanding of Islam. First of all, on the understanding of the Quran, the Sunnah, but above all, on a limited part of Islamic history, especially in the first 20 years of early Islam during the rightly guided caliphate, Al-Khilafah Rashida. And in that sense, it seems to me that 1400 years of Islamic history is absent from your own methodology, because you did not talk about that, although this is very significant. And this is somewhat problematic, and I want to give an example in terms of that methodological thrust. Let's say nowadays the ulama in Saudi Arabia are somewhat split over political authority of the Saudi regime. Although the majority of the ulama in Saudi Arabia support the regime, there is a substantial minority that does not support the regime, and both ulama, those who support and those who oppose, are based or base their own judgment on the same normative understanding of Islam, on the Quran, on the traditions, as well as on that limited period of Islamic history. They rarely talk about 1400 years of Islamic history. They come to different conclusions, that the majority want to preserve the status quo, whereas the minority wants to topple the status quo. So that's somewhat problematic that I see in terms of the methodological thrust. Another thing is in terms of Islamic institutions. I mean, you mentioned in passing there is no pope in Islam, which can be true, I mean, in a sense. But that does not mean that Islamic history has not been full of Islamic institutions that have been as powerful as the Vatican in the Catholic world. So to say that Islamic history hasn't had institutions is not and has not been accurate historically speaking. And therefore, it seems to me that in order to have more force to the argument that you have presented, we have to include what I would call historical Islam in the discussion. And this is what has been missing in your presentation.
I agree with you 100% that has been missing, and it is intentional on my part. I say we have to take guidance from Quran, Sunnah, life of Muhammad, and the past caliphate. That's all. It was Islam, total Islam, full Islam. Afterwards, it was not total Islam. The 1400 years you are talking about is the history of Muslims, not of Islam. The Prophet said, you know it better than myself. Bada al-Islamu ghariban wa sayaudu kama bada. Islam started that it was a strange thing for people. And very soon it will become strange again. It was the growth of the Muslim as a nation and the Arabs as a nation. And it was Arab imperialism. It was monarchy. It was a dynasty which was ruling. And the institutions that developed that were under that monarchy. And that all of them were under the influence. So we have to go back to Quran and the Sunnah and the life of the Prophet and only the rightly guided four caliphs. That's all. Guidance is from there. Rest is history.
Dr. Mumtaz, please.
And if you like, I can quote another hadith. The Prophet said that تَكُونُ النَّبُوَّةُ فِيكُمْ مَا شَاءَ اللَّهُ أَن تَكُونُ ثُمَّ Allah will يرفعها إذا شاء يرفعها ثم تكون خلافة منهاج النبوة. It will be there so long as Allah wants it to be there. Then there will be a period of kingship, cruel kingship. The kingships of the Umayyads, the kingships of the Abbasids. That was not Islam. We have to be very clear in this regard. And we have to revive Islam. Not the Umayyad Islam or the Abbasid Islam. And that is why I emphasize that we have to adopt the prophetic model of bringing a revolution, about which I'll be talking tomorrow, inshallah.
Dr. Mumtaz Ahmed,
Janab.
it is his cup of tea.
Yeah.
Professor of Political Science.
Without milk. Okay. It appears to me that the Islamic society that you envision, in my view, will not be a society in which Muslims and non-Muslims will live in peace and harmony. First of all, you said that they will not be given equal citizenship with the Muslims. So there will always be a feeling of being second-class citizens, and I can assure you, sir, no one wants to live as a second-class citizen. Are we creating an apartheid, in other words, in an Islamic society? If we deprive them, as you have suggested, of holding positions of higher responsibility and ban those positions for them forever, what are the type of occupations that they are going to pursue? We cannot employ them in education because education is a very sacred thing in Islamic State, where children will be indoctrinated in Islamic ideology. We cannot employ them in foreign office because Pakistan's foreign policy or Islamic State's foreign policy will be based on pursuing Islamic objectives. You cannot have them in legislature. You cannot have them in judiciary because judiciary will be making Islamic legal decisions. So what are the areas left in which they will operate? My feeling is that we will have an alienated minority, and if we take into consideration the fact that there are large number of Muslim societies where the number of non-Muslims is considerable. I'm thinking of Malaysia, Indonesia, Egypt, Bangladesh. These societies will always be a conflict-ridden, tension-ridden societies, one. Secondly, you said that Quran prohibits Muslims to obey non-Muslim authorities. And that brings me back to my situation in the United States and 5-6 million Muslims who are living in the United States and millions who are living in Europe and 140 million who are living in India. Are we to defy the political authority of the societies in which we are living because they are non-Muslims? These are my comments. Concrete question I have is, you talked about shura, consultation. I have two questions about that. One, what is the concrete shape of shura that you suggest? Secondly, will the decisions made by this shura be based on consensus or on majority decision? Thirdly, will the decisions of shura be binding on the ruler, or they will just be recommendatory, as was the Haq's shura?
Now, where to start? Number one, I did admit in the first instance that the non-Muslims in Islamic State are not equal citizens, not full citizens. Whether you like it or not, this is my opinion. In Islamic State, it's an ideological state, it's not a nation state. The professions, they can be doctors, they can be engineers, they can be businessmen, they can be teachers, teaching scientific disciplines. They can be in service. But only top position, where basic policy of the state is formed, only those will be accepted. Otherwise, business will be open to them. Professions will be open to them. Go ahead. So this is the second point. And I have to be reminded by you what was the third point.
Even I thought that.
No, apartheid, you know.
No, related to that, my question was that this type of society, ipso facto, will be a conflict-ridden society, not peace with itself.
In every society, there is conflict between the haves and the have-nots. Apartheid was based on color, race, and the discrimination, you may call it, in an Islamic state is based on ideology. Any black person, any person belonging to any other race, any other region of the world can adopt the ideology and he can become the full citizen.
But sir, will it matter to me whether I have been discriminated against on the basis of my color or on the basis of my ideology? The fact remains that I have been discriminated.
In Islamic State, in all ideological states, there has to be a discrimination on the basis of ideology. Otherwise, it is not an ideological state.
Does that not promote conflict? Does that, by definition, then, as was asked here, not promote conflict? Be it discrimination because of color, we know that's promoted conflict. Because of race, we know that's promoted conflict. Or be it religion, we also know that's promoted conflict. So, will that not be the case here?
Is there any society absolutely free from conflict?
No, but the question still is, will that promote it?
I told you yesterday about jihad. Every living being is making jihad. The struggle for existence, the conflict is there.
We're talking about conflicts between communities. And I think that we have one major recent example in Islamic history, the example of the Sudan. Because the Islamic government of the Sudan, after Bashir came to power in '89, under the influence of Hassan Torabi, wanted to implement Islamic law in the same way that you have been portraying here. And we know that the results have not been successful so far. Because that kind of implementation, in addition to other problems in the Sudan that go back to its own independence in 1954, there had been a major conflict between the Christian animistic South and the North Arab Islamic part of the Sudan. And we know that one of the major results of this conflict has been, in a sense, the weakening of the Islamic Front headed by Hassan Tourabi, and the signing of the agreement only last week between John Karanj and the government of the Sudan. So in a sense, that conflict has seeped away, has destroyed the energies of the Sudan as a state, and the alternative has not been Islamic. What we see now is more coexistence between the Christians in the south and the Muslims in the north.
My comment is that Islam in Sudan was coming through majority, not through any revolution. Were the Muslims actually practicing Islam totally?
There was a military
Did they make any dawah? Yes, it was a military coup, that's all. I told you Islamic State, true Islamic State can be established only through a revolution. Not because.
Yeah, he has yet to answer my question on the Shura.
That's right. I think he still has a few questions unanswered.
Yes, Shura in a modern Islamic State will be binding. Although parliamentary system is also mubah, permissible, and presidential also. But the presidential system today is nearer to the Islamic system. There is the chief executive and there's the Congress. And the chief executive is having his secretaries and ministers from wherever he likes, not from the Congress or the Senate. Because these two things have to be absolutely separate and distinct from each other. So this will be the case. Legislature will be the Shura, and it will be by majority. Only exception is that every citizen will have a right to knock the door of the superior courts, that this has transgressed the limits of the Sharia, because the item in the constitution would be no legislation can be done here at any level repugnant to the Quran and the Sunnah. And the chief executive will be the president. And that is nearer, to Islamic system. Yes, I think.
Faris, do you want to come in?
My question is related with the previous subject. Now, just let us think that what you've said is totally correct and fits to Islam, Quran and Sunnah. But with thinking the very pragmatic side of it, that now, if you have an Islamic State in Pakistan, no, I mean, if you will have with Islamic revolution and you will successful, how many people are living here now? I think about 140 million.
Yes.
And then around, I would say, around 1 billion people are in danger then, Muslims. Because, I mean, if you exclude the rest and then the Muslims living in other states will be excluded as well. If you exclude non-Muslims here, I mean, you treat them in second, say, not first-class citizen, but second-class citizen. I think this is coming from British rule of caste system, first-class citizen, second-class citizen. Then all the Muslims will be treated in the other part of the world as second-class citizens. And just very pragmatic way of thinking, I think this is dangerous for the rest of the Muslims. What is your comment on this?
Brother, if you think pragmatically, we should bow before George Bush, and here is the safety.
Well, if we study professed life, that there is a pragmatist way of approach.
Please let me say. But if you believe in something that is true, and your belief is there, you have to go by that. And if the Muslims in the non-Muslim majority countries are treated at par with the non-Muslims in Islamic State, I would be happy. They should have their mazhab. Their mazhab will be protected. And they will be minorities. I tell you, my study is that the Muslims in India have no benefit from this system, from secularism. None. And if they say we are a minority, give us our rights as a minority, they will be far better.
My questions I've got two questions, one theological and one directly related to this. So if I take the latter first, if I take the question about, like Norton, Christianity has a history of wanting to create Christian states. I mean, Christendom, I suppose, was the obvious example of this, but Richard Hooker in England argued that only an Englishman who was a member of the Church of England can be a full citizen, and you get versions of this all the time. T.S. Eliot, the 20th century poet, took a similar line in his idea of a Christian society, and in America they endlessly flirt with the idea of Christian America. And the question is simple, really. If a movement amongst Christians in a Christian nation develops to create a Christian state, would you be happy to live there as a second-class citizen defined in the way that you defined it, and also forbidden to proselytize and explain your faith to others in that society?
I have said already yes.
You would be happy to live in
They
that state?
have their right to establish the state according to their religion. Now there will be competition. What type of state you bring forth? What type of state Islam brings forth? And what is more acceptable to the humanity at large? There will be a competition. Come on. Have a Christian state. Have a Hindu state. And tell us what Hindu state is. So this is my answer to this question.
Okay.
Now, next.
That's very helpful. Okay, my second question flows from that then, and it's a theological question. And I just want to focus for a moment on proselytizing, on missionary work. It's because I believe in God, and that God ultimately will not allow that which is, what will be ultimately God will permit, that I don't spend all my time worrying about diversity in society, because the truth will come through. And it's because I'm confident in that truth, I would more than happily invite you to America to visit churches and to explain your understanding of Islam and let people decide what they think is true. Because the God we worship, I'm sufficiently confident in, will allow the varieties of forms of faith to emerge, and whatever is ultimately true can withstand diversity and questions and disagreement. And it's almost as if you don't have sufficient confidence, if you don't mind me saying so, in the God you worship, and you fear that if there are other people in society, they will endlessly undermine your faith. Sounds as if you're not that confident that your faith can withstand diverse perspectives.
As far as this question of somebody, some Christian coming to our mosque and be allowed to present his case, I think it is not against Islam. What the missions do, they go and address the depressed classes of the society. And there they help them. And they change their faith on this basis, not on an argument. This is mission. This we will not allow. Number two, because Islam is a state, we can't allow anything which can erode the state. We have to keep the state strong.
Okay.
Thank you.
When we speak about Islamic Ummah is not the same as Islamic State. But you seem to be saying that we need to reconstitute the Islamic Ummah in the modern era by means of an Islamic political system. Now, this is not a new argument, but this is a 20th century argument. This is not a 19th century argument in modern Islamic thought. Take the example of Muhammad Abduh of Egypt. or Sir Ahmad Khan of India that you are familiar with. They never argued on behalf of establishing an Islamic state as a means of reconstituting the Islamic Ummah. They said that we can reconstitute Islamic Ummah without an Islamic state. This was very clear in their own writings. Whereas the argument of establishing a political system to safeguard the Islamic Ummah is a 20th century argument appearing primarily with force in the writings and activities of Sheikh Hassan Banna in Egypt, in the writings and activities of, as you know, Maududi in India and later on Pakistan. But this is a novel phenomenon that has to be understood in the context of Islamic responses to colonialism in both situations. Egypt was dominated by the British when the Ikhwan appeared in 1928. India was controlled by the British as well when the Jamaat appeared in Lahore in 1941. So one has to understand that in that sense. But what I'm trying to say that this is true. This is one major Islamic argument that in order to constitute the Islamic Ummah in the present time, we need to have an Islamic political system. That's to say an Islamic state, such as in Iran. But this is only one Islamic argument, because in the 19th century, this argument was not forceful at all within Islamic circles.
Actually, what was happening in the 19th century and the beginning of the 20th century, it was a struggle for freedom. And we were nations. You are using the word Ummah. Where the Ummah exists? There is no Ummah at all. Allama Iqbal was the spokesman for this Ummah, the biggest. But he had to concede in his lectures. No Muslim Ummah exists today.
So we have Muslims but not Ummah.
Yes. We have Muslim nations. He said, instead we have Muslim nations. And now we have Muslim countries. That's all. There's no Ummah. Ummah must have an Imam. The same root, Imam and Ummah. There's no Ummah. We have to reconstitute it through a truly Islamic state.
I would like to
That's
get
helpful.
your
That's very
guidance
helpful.
on the-
Thank you.
On the second part of your presentation. We haven't talked about economy. I will seek your guidance on some of the points. As you know, there has been a debate about the Islamization of economy in Pakistan. Some kind of interest-free banking was instituted under Ziaul Haq's government in this country. First, I would like your views about the type of interest-free system that was instituted here. But more fundamentally, I would like you to reflect upon the impact on the government financing of Islamic economic system that you are suggesting. Would an Islamic tax code be capable of funding a modern government? And how does Pakistan's current tax regime based on sales tax, income tax, import, exports fit into the Islamic code? And finally, how Pakistan will borrow in international markets?
If I can remember, whatever you have said, number one, I don't say that the banking system that was proposed by Zia and later on by the Sharia court is 100% Islamic. There is element of riba and interest in that. Based on Bai' Muajjal and Bai' Murabaha. If you buy this cup cash, it is 10 rupees. If you pay me after 1 month, it is 11 rupees. What is this? Actually, during the monarchy region of Islam, history of Islam, 2 types of interest and riba entered our fiqh under the influence of the rulers. Number 1, this Bai' Murabaha and Bai' Muajjala, it is interest. Number 2, the absentee landlordism, it is interest. It's haram. It's haram, forbidden according to Imam Abu Hanifa. It is haram and forbidden according to Imam Malik. It is haram and forbidden according to Shafi'i. But only the person who accepted that office, government office, disciple of Imam Abu Hanifa, Qazi Abu Yusuf, he declared it to be lawful, along with Imam Muhammad. So these are the things, these are the realities over here. And true Islamic economic system can be established only after a truly Islamic revolution.
What about the taxes?
Yes, taxes are allowed. Import tax, export tax, they were there in the pious caliphate. Zaraib, they were called.
So you do not agree with the argument given by some of the ulama that after you collect zakat, the state cannot impose any
not
tax?
At all. No.
What about international trade? How Pakistan is going to interact with international monetary agencies, international finance, international trade?
If we have this self-respect, we shall be on our own feet, on our own legs, and we shall deal with the people. If we are strong enough, they will need to deal with us, and they will deal with us on our own terms. But if we are weak, है जुर्म ज़ईफ़ी की सज़ा मर के वफ़ा जात.
Can I just expand on this? Because the economic aspect of your talk this morning was the shortest bit. And to my way of thinking, the economy is the root of everything. Because if you cannot live, you cannot eat, and so forth.
If you cannot eat, you cannot live.
You cannot live. You cannot, if you haven't, obviously. No, this is not the point of what I want to say. The essence of your argument is what I would call Islam in one country. And the problem of the lack of analysis of imperialism and its economic forces, however strong you are overlooking and you are ignoring. Because the essence of imperialism today is through the world bodies of the IMF, the World Bank, and the WTO. And through these mechanisms, the Western world, and in particular the United States, have controlled most of the third world. And none of this comes out. And however you organize internally, you cannot ignore the institutions and the forces of imperialism. And as far as I can see, you are. Can you comment on that?
What was the beginning? How did you begin?
Is Islam in one country?
In one country, no. Islam has to become global, and that is the destiny, as I believe. But it will have to start from one country. Just as it started from the Arabian Peninsula, and then that was through conquest.
This is Lenin.
This
is Lenin.
But I'm saying what I mean. I have never read Lenin.
I think you should.
I've never read.
You should.
But for me, Quran is enough. And the life of the Prophet is enough. I need not read Lenin or Ho Chi Minh or somebody else. So it has to spread then. And I said yesterday, at that time, at the time of the Prophet, the spread was through conquest. Now because you have the television, you have the IT, you have all these measures, you can propagate the ideology throughout the world. And if you produce a sample, a model of true Islamic state, humanity is in search of a just social order. It is running from east to west and west to east, from monarchy to capitalism, from capitalism to communism, from communism back to, what is it? The soul of humanity, is in search of a just social order.
But we have some disagreement here, do we not, on what constitutes a just social order?
You might have
you and I don't agree.
Yes,
we have
brother.
Disagreement around the table.
Yes, brother. You might have a concept of your own, and I would very much like to know that. But here I have to say and present before you the concept of Islam.
We understand that. But we also acknowledge, do we not, that just social order, that we have a variety of interpretations of what just social order is and or should be.
And only a model will prove. What happened in USSR? One party, no right of vote for the citizens whatsoever. Only one party government.
That's not how it started. That's how it ended. It ended as a single party state because of the process of the revolution. The original idea was not as it turned out.
Whatever might have happened, but that was the fact. And I told you we shall have, multiple party system.
I have a question. Now, to me, since we have means of propagating Islam, introducing ideas, etc., with the means of TVs, internet, and a lot of things that you've said, instead of establishing an Islamic state with a revolution and having a model of state or a state model, let us have a state as a model Muslim. Model Muslim, one person, and then propagate that model person to 6 billion people instead of putting very strong borders and then having confrontation and a lot of the dangers. Now, this is, I think, is possible and much easier by having a model Muslim person and then exemplifying.
What is the prophetic model? Did he go on preaching and preaching and preaching and preaching? Did he send preachers to other countries?
Yes.
No.
First
After he had success.
Let us think. First,
after he had success in Arabian
Now,
Peninsula.
let us think about Yemen people. Some people came to Prophet and they said, La ilaha illallah Muhammad Rasulullah. Then he asked Prophet, what is my duty? He said, you should go to Yemen and then preach to others. This is, but if we go to...
That was after the establishment of the Islamic State in Medina.
Before that was
Yes.
Yeah, no, after.
Yes, after it.
And
he didn't send emissaries anywhere before the Hudaybiyah, which Quran calls Inna Fatahna Laka Fathan Mubina. Only after that he sent people and he sent letters of inviting the monarchs and kings. So actually we have a prophetic model before us. And that is to establish an Islamic state, make it a model for humanity, come and see with your own eyes, this is Islam, and that will be the biggest preacher.
Let's go back to Roger's question. Sorry, go ahead. Yeah.
Some part of your speech, your talk, you said that Islamic State is only for the 20 years of what we call it.
Full Islamic state,
yes. And then, but later on, you said that Islam is spread all over the world. Now, it is, when we see this, and when Prophet took Islam as a personal model to others, it spread quite fast and quite effectively.
Not at all.
When
The
it
personal model at Makkah. How many people accepted Islam at Makkah? For 13 years, he was himself preaching.
Yeah, but those people...
But what was the case?
But those people were the good examples.
إِذَا جَاءَ نَصْرُ اللَّهِ وَالْفَتْحُ وَرَأَيْتَ النَّاسَ يَدْخُلُونَ فِي دِينِ اللَّهِ أَفْوَاجًا. Brother, we must look to history as it is.
Yeah, but when they were good examples, it spread quite fast, okay? Although it was very difficult in the first case, but afterwards, you also accept that it deteriorated from its original, line.
It came one step down. Just, if you have 6 stories building and the final 6 stories is gone, 5 were intact. Islamic law was enforced by the kings also. The Sharia was enforced. But the political system was not Islamic now.
Dr. Mumtaz Ahmed will make the last comment as an insider.
In the lighter vein, I just wanted to ask you something. When you began your presentation yesterday, you said there are 3 forms of creations. Then you talked about 3 types of jihad and 3 stages of resistance. And every level had its own 3 sub-levels. And when I was reading last night your pamphlet on religious obligations of Muslim women, you talk about 3 levels of our religious duties and then 3 differences between women's obligations and men's obligations. And the second level, you talk again the 3 circles of dawah. And when I read your active agenda for the Muslim Ummah, what do I find? It has 3 action point program. My question is there some mystical fascination with Trinity?
Yes, Trinity.
A good joke. A refreshing laughter.
Are we done? Because, Narma wanted to ask a question and I have a comment to make too. Can we take a break?
Well, if you have the patience.
Yes,
thank you. I actually was very touched by your reference to your concern for humanity at large in the last couple of minutes. And I thought that possibly should be the crux of the whole thing. And I was trying to understand in my own mind that in your model, which you have presented, you are telling the minorities, hey, you give up some things, but I give you protection. That's what I read. That you give up certain things, you will lose certain benefits of so-called citizenship, but there is a trade-off in that I give you protection. Protection is a huge zimma, is a huge, huge responsibility. It's a huge word. People seek protection, they want security, they want assurance about some kind of stability, about their way of life, about various things. Okay, without dilating on it. And what I was thinking in a constructive way of suggestion was this, that possibly if there could be some kind of a comparative evaluation of your model vis-a-vis the democratic structure, the compassionate, conservative capitalism or something which is propagated, that as to the likely advantages and disadvantages that accrue to minorities, because eventually we are looking for harmony of some kind. And minorities are not essentially based on religion, they can be based on various things, and minorities emerge, new minorities. If Pakistan was 100% Muslim, even then new minorities will emerge. There will be sectarian, there are more Shias killed in Pakistan than Sikhs or Hindus in the last 50 years. So I see that Sikhs and Hindus possibly, whatever their small population is, they have been very safe. Somehow the Zimma has been taken and they have been protected, whereas the Muslim Zimma has not been taken in India and they've been killed in large numbers. But they have other opportunities. Is there some kind of a potential trade-off? Is there in the aggregate a possibility that we can create a more humane society? Because your concern, expressed concern of your faith and every faith is eventually that we are all God's children, whatever our calling, and God intended for us that this life and this world should be for us to live, to love God, to love God's creation, to do service, and to realize the higher truth, and to realize it living here in this world with one another. So that's my suggestion.
All those things that you have said are very precious and they must be sought out. But what about the law?
That is not my problem. I'm looking for a human society.
What about the law?
And law
what about
will follow.
The system?
Law
there
should
can
follow.
be one law. There can be one system. So you have to establish the law and the system of your own and give the maximum facilities to those who don't agree with you. That's all. Thank you.
We will reassemble here at 6:15 sharp. 6:15.
الله أكبر الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله الله أكبر الله أكبر أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله
Now is Islam, Iman and Jihad. Iman is the Arabic word for doctrinal belief, doctrinal Islamic belief. And Jihad, of course, is quite famous these days. It's in the air, I would say. It's a religious Islamic struggle and strife in the way of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. I request Dr. Israr Ahmad to please go ahead with his presentation.
أحمده وأصلي على رسوله الكريم أما بعد فأعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم قالت الأعراب آمنا قل لم تؤمنوا ولكن قولوا أسلمنا ولما يدخل الإيمان في قلوبكم وَإِن تُطِيعُوا اللَّهَ وَرَسُولَهُ لَا يَلِدْكُم مِّنْ أَعْمَالِكُمْ شَيْئًا إِنَّ اللَّهَ غَفُورٌ رَحِيمٌ صدق الله العظيم. Dear brothers and sisters, the subject of the talk at this time is Islam, Iman and Jihad fi sabilillah. Usually these two words, Islam and Iman, are used as synonymous words. A Muslim is a Mu'min is a Muslim. Mu'min and Muslim. But I am basing my presentation on this ayah of Surah Al-Hujurat. It is 49, Surah 49, ayah 14. Here, Quran says, these Bedouins are claiming that they have become Mu'mins. They have come to believe. They have the faith. Tell them, O Muhammad, sallallahu alayhi wasallam, you have not at all come to believe. All you can say is, you have become Muslims. You have surrendered. And up till this time, Iman or the real faith has not entered your hearts. Now, who are being mentioned over here? I think this much of the life of the Prophet may be known to you. He had to make a very strenuous struggle to propagate and establish the deen of Allah. Let me here clarify. Deen means the whole system of life, individual as well as collective. Mazhab is synonymous with religion. And religion, as I told, consists of three things: some beliefs, some creed, racial creed, some dogma, some modes of worship, and some social customs. How to celebrate birth, how to solemnize marriage, what to do with the dead body. These three things go to make mazhab, religion. But then if you add to them three more things: the political system, the economic system, and the social system. These 3 plus 3 go to make deen. So we are talking about Islam as deen, not as religion. So when, after nearly 22 years hardest labor and strenuous struggle, Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam became successful in establishing the deen of Allah in the Arabian Peninsula. Now what happened? Most of the tribes, they decided now it's no use continuing resistance. Now he is the uncrowned king of the Arabian Peninsula. So go and surrender yourself and become Muslims. So people were coming, delegations from tribes accepting Islam. But then they claimed, now these people who accepted Islam in thousands, Quran has used the word afwaja, armies. Iza ja nasrullah, when the help of Allah comes, وَرَأَيْتَ النَّاسَ يَدْخُلُونَ فِي دِينِ اللَّهِ أَفْوَاجًا. And O Prophet, you see that people are entering the deen of Allah in armies. So when people were entering the pale of Islam in armies, there could be three possible conditions as their inner self. Either they were true believers and they believed actually in whatever they were professing, or on the other extreme, they were hypocrites. They just hid their kufr, infidelity within them. As a matter of strategy, they accepted obedience and surrendered. And there could be a third position in between. Neither positive belief in the heart nor any intention to deceive. So in the form of graph, you have a 0 level, 0 point in the middle, then +1, +2, +3, +4 to the right side, -1, -2, -3, -4. So there were some people who were neither true mu'mins, believers, nor they were munafiqeen or hypocrites. They were at the 0 level, but they accepted Islam. And there were on the right side people who really believed, and on the left side who had just hidden their disbelief and apparently became Muslims. Now to this third category, Quran is addressing them. قَالَتِ الْأَعْرَابُ آمَنَّا. These Bedouins, they are claiming that they have become believers. They have become mu'min. Qul, tell them, O Prophet, sallallahu alayhi wasallam, lam tu'minu, you have not at all become believers. Walakin qulu aslamna. All you can say is that you have surrendered, you have become Muslims. And the real faith, وَلَمَّا يَدْخُلِ الْإِيمَانُ فِي قُلُوبِكُمْ, has not entered your hearts as yet. So here Quran is making a clear distinction between Muslim and Mu'min. Regarding the literal meanings of the word Islam, is to surrender. In the background of this term is that some struggle was going on, and then one party surrenders, gives up resistance, lays down the arms. Iman means belief, real belief, to the level of personal conviction. Now, you know, there's a hell of difference between a racial creed. You believe in certain things because your parents believed in them. That's all. It's not a personal conviction with you. And the second is you have personal conviction. So now Islam actually is the basis of the social order in this world. If you are accepted as a Muslim, you are a member of Muslim society. You can marry a Muslim woman. You become a full citizen of the Islamic State. The basis of this socio-political system is Islam, not Iman. Because Iman is in the heart. As in this ayah I told you, Allah says, real Iman has not as yet entered your hearts. It is only on your tips of the tongue. But who can say with certainty about any person whether he has real belief in his heart or not? We can't. This is known to Allah, God. It's a matter between him and this person. But for the basis of an Islamic society, a Muslim society, an Islamic state, you must have some basis which is solid. So that is the attestation. Verbal attestation. Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah. I testify that there is no God except Allah. And I testify that Muhammad is his servant as well as messenger. Now, no sooner than a person utters these words, he becomes a Muslim. As if a line was drawn, he was on this side of the line and now he has come to the other side of the line. Now he is a Muslim. Simply on the basis of verbal attestation. We cannot peep down into his heart whether he has said it from the depth of his heart or not. Maybe he is a spy of the enemy. And he has apparently accepted Islam. He has grown a beard also. There have been cases, you know, in the border villages with India. The Indian spies came over as Muslims. And they worked as imams, leaders in the prayers, in the mosques for several years. And then it came to knowledge that they were the spies, they were Hindus, they were not Muslims. But legally, you can't say you are not a Muslim. If he testifies. This social structure of Islam. Now, Hadith says, it has 5 pillars. A very important and very authentic Hadith of the Prophet. Again, the one on the authenticity of which both great Imams of Hadith, Imam Bukhari and Imam Muslim, agree. بني الإسلام على خمس شهادة أن لا إله إلا الله وأن محمد رسول الله وإقام الصلاة وإيتاء الزكاة وصوم رمضان وحج البيت. These are called the 5 pillars of Islam. But the most important is the first. Whosoever utters these words, he becomes a Muslim. Now when the time will come, he will pray. The month of Ramadan comes, he will keep the fast. If he has enough wealth, he will pay the zakah, the obligatory tax, obligatory charity. And if he can afford, he will go to Hajj. So these are the pillars of Islam. These are the basis of the Muslim society. And this is the basis of citizenship in an Islamic state. Iman now is real belief in the depths of your heart. The ayah said, Iman has not entered your hearts as yet. When we believe from the depths of our hearts. And in a very famous hadith, I think Professor Chitik has written that book on this hadith,
Yes.
which is called Sunnah, the basis for hadith. Hadith of Jibreel. So Archangel Jibreel came in the garb of a human being and asked 4 questions from the Prophet ﷺ. What is Islam? The answer was, An tashhada an la ilaha illallah wa anna Muhammad Rasulullah. You testify. There is no God except Allah and Muhammad is his servant and messenger. وَتُقِيمَ الصَّلَاةَ وَتُؤْتِ الزَّكَاةَ وَتَصُومَ رَمَضَانَ وَتَحُجُّ الْبَيْتَ. The 4 pillars, 4 modes of worship. Then he asked, what is Iman? Tell me. أخبرني عن الإيمان. What is Iman? Then he used the word أن تؤمن بالله وملائكته وكتبه ورسله. That you really believe in existence of Allah and His attributes. You really believe in the existence of angels. You really believe in the institution of prophethood and messengerhood. You really believe in the revealed books. You really believe in resurrection after death. If these are real beliefs, if you believe in these things from the bottom of your heart, then it is Iman. Now, is something added to the fundamentals of Islam when a person has reached the level of Iman, faith, real faith, personal conviction? Yes. What will now be added is jihad fi sabilillah. Jihad fi sabilillah is not a pillar of Islam. Please note it. It is one of the 2 essential pillars of Iman, additional. Iman will have all these 5. The attestation and the prayer and this psalm and obligatory charity and Hajj. Along with these, 2 will be added. In addition to this verbal attestation, real belief. You may call it the ultraviolet. And on the other side, jihad fi sabilillah. You may call it infrared. That is the proper color for jihad. So these are the distinctions. Now a mu'min must fulfill these 7 conditions to be called a mu'min, real mu'min. In addition to 5 pillars of Islam, real belief, personal conviction in those articles of faith, not only verbal attestation. and jihad fi sabilillah. So now I come to jihad fi sabilillah. I only wanted to make one point, that the basis of Muslim society, Islamic State, is Islam, not Iman. But what will matter on the day of judgment is Iman, not Islam. You might have been accepted as a Muslim in this world. You might have been a leader of the Muslims in this world. But if you don't have Iman, and Allah knows it, He knows what is in the hearts. We can't decide. In this world, we won't decide about it. But Allah knows who is real mu'min, who is real believer. So on the day of judgment, only the good acts and virtuous acts of those people will be accepted who had the real faith. If the real faith, the real Iman, the conviction is not there, no deed will be beneficial. Now coming to jihad fi sabilillah, it will take some time. Brother Afsar said that it is very famous. I say it is very infamous these days. Very wrong associations with this term of Islam. But all the wrong opinions basically are based from our own mistakes of the Muslims themselves. Number one, first mistake. We equated jihad with war. Jihad means war. War for the cause of Allah. This is wrong. Quran has two terms parallel. Jihad fi sabilillah, qital fi sabilillah. Now jihad is from juhd. Juhd in Arabic means to strive for something. You are exerting yourself to achieve something. This is juhd. And jihad means struggle. There is some opposition and you are struggling against. Striving for is juhd. And struggling against is jihad. In the same way, some person was going and you shoot him. This is qatl, murder, assassination. But when there are two groups facing each other, these people want to kill them, and they want to kill them. Now this is qital. So jihad from juhd, qital from qatl. And now qital fi sabilillah, killing people, fighting against them for the cause of Allah is qital fi sabilillah. And striving something for the sake of Allah is jihad fi sabilillah. Now, based on this misconception is the second error. Because jihad is not there always. Qital is not there always. So it became a secondary thing in the conceptions of Muslims. We call it fardhu ain. No, it is not fardhu ain. Not it is the basic duty. Whenever there is war, well, go and take part in it. That's all. Not necessary. All the times. No. While Quran says there can be no iman without jihad. I quoted ayah number 14 from Surah Al-Hujurat, Surah 49. Now I am quoting ayah number 15 from the same surah. إِنَّمَا الْمُؤْمِنُونَ الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا بِاللَّهِ وَرَسُولِهِ ثُمَّ لَمْ يَرْتَابُوا وَجَاهَدُوا بِأَمْوَالِهِمْ وَأَنفُسِهِمْ فِي سَبِيلِ اللَّهِ أُولَٰئِكَ هُمُ الصَّادِقُونَ. Verily, the true moments are only those who believe in Allah and His Messenger, and then they have no doubt about them. It has reached the level of personal conviction. وَجَاهَدُوا بِأَمْوَالِهِمْ وَأَنفُسِهِمْ فِي سَبِيلِ اللَّهِ, and they make jihad with their belongings and with their lives for the cause of Allah, in the way of Allah. أُولَٰئِكَ هُمُ الصَّادِقُونَ. Only such people are truthful if they claim to be mu'min. So there can be no iman without jihad. In the same way, in Surah As-Saf, this surah is 61, and I am quoting ayat 10 and 11. Ya ayyuhallazina amanu hal adullukum ala tijaratin tunjikum min azabin alim. O you who believe or profess to believe, should I lead you to a bargain which will save you from the punishment, the painful punishment of hell? If you want salvation, what you have to do? This is the question posed by Allah, and then He Himself is answering. تُؤْمِنُونَ بِاللَّهِ وَرَسُولِهِ. Have real faith in Allah and His Messenger. Now it is very important here. The first ayah starts with Ya ayyuhallazina amanu. So this is some other iman. And now they are being asked, تُؤْمِنُونَ بِاللَّهِ وَرَسُولِهِ. You should have real faith in Allah and His Messenger. وَتُجَاهِدُونَ فِي سَبِيلِ اللَّهِ بِأَمْوَالِكُمْ وَأَنفُسِكُمْ. And make jihad in the way of Allah with your belongings and your lives. So I have made 2 points. There can be no real iman without jihad, and there can be no salvation without jihad. It is such an integral part of Islam. The third big mistake, the biggest mistake that we have committed about jihad, if any Muslim ruler, he might have been a very despotic Muslim ruler, if he attacks some non-Muslim country only to broaden his frontiers and to have more of revenues so that he can have more luxuries, we call it jihad fi sabilillah. Oh no. We have brought a bad name to jihad fi sabilillah. This is not jihad fi sabilillah. It is jihad for his own self, for his own benefits, not for Allah. With this background, let me now come directly to what is jihad. Jihad fi sabilillah. First of all, we know that every living being is in continuous jihad in its life. Maybe the smallest or the highest Homo sapiens. What is that jihad? Struggle for existence. There is opposition, there are hurdles, there are competitions. This struggle for existence is a jihad. And now if a Muslim is also doing this jihad, but he is abiding by the rules of the Sharia, not using any prohibited means. So this struggle for existence, his struggle to earn livelihood for himself and his family, it becomes worship, ibadah. If he is abiding by the rules of the Sharia. Now I come to a higher level. In human beings, There may be struggle for freedom, struggle for self-determination, struggle to snatch their rights from the usurpers. This is jihad. But this is jihad fi sabilil hurriya, jihad in the way of freedom, freedom struggle. Any nation can do it. The Muslims also tried and struggled to get free from the colonial clutches. The Christian countries of Africa, they also struggled. The Hindus in India, they also struggled. It's a common phenomenon. It's a human phenomenon to get your rights. And if a Muslim is doing this struggle, again abiding by the principles of the Sharia, divine law, it becomes worship. If he dies, he becomes a martyr. Now I come to third level. Jihad based on some ideology. And let me give the example of Marxism, which was an ideology, a philosophy. And a whole system of life, communism, was based on it. And the communists had to make sacrifices to struggle with their belongings and with their lives to establish that system. First to propagate that ideology, that philosophy, and then to establish the system according to it. This is the ideological jihad. Now jihad fi sabilillah becomes ideological jihad on the basis of Iman. Iman is an ideology. This universe has been created by a creator. He's all alone. All the universe is his creation. And the climax of his creation is the human being, whom he has created as the vicegerent on earth. Then there is law given by him, do's and don'ts. So this is an ideology, a whole philosophy, a whole Weltanschauung, a whole world view. The life is not only this life that we are passing in this world. The life, as I told, it's a very long process, very long process. From eternity, we will say, to eternity. So this is not the only life. This ideology, Iman, then only God is the true lawgiver. He is the rightful ruler of this universe. His law must be enforced. And here again let me quote, "Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it in heavens." So now for this ideology, if you are struggling, that is jihad fi sabilillah. And this again has three levels. Please remember, I started with the struggle for existence. All living beings are making the struggle for existence. Then the struggle to get your rights, your freedom, your rights. Then the ideological struggle. This is the highest. Ideology is actually a human phenomenon. Now this struggle for this ideology of Iman is jihad fi sabilillah. It has again 3 levels. And all the 3 levels have 3 sub-levels. So 3 multiplied by 3, there will be 9 levels. First of all, if Iman has entered my heart, a conflict will start within me. My id or libido is demanding something. And the divine law says it is forbidden. A struggle. Struggle against your own baser self, your animal self, your lusts and desires, which are blind by themselves. They need their gratification, that's all. They don't care whether through rightful means or wrong means, permissible means or forbidden means. So the first struggle is against your own self. And the Prophet was once asked a question, Ayyul jihad afzalu ya Rasulullah? Which jihad is the supreme, O Messenger of Allah, tell us. And the answer was, An tujahida nafsaka fi ta'atillah. The supreme jihad is that you struggle against your baser self, your animal self, your id or libido, to make it obedient to the law of Allah. Along with this, there are 2 more jihads to accomplish this thing, so that you really become a bondsman to Allah. You are really obedient to Allah. For that, there is Satan and the satanic armies which push you towards evil. You have to fight against it. Quran says, Inna shaitana lakum aduwwun fattakhizuhu aduwwa. This Satan is your enemy. He wants to take you astray, to lead to falsehood. So take him to be your enemy. And number 3, if the society in which a true believer is living is not obedient to Allah, it is going in wrong directions, not caring for any divine rules and regulations, this society will pressurize you. This social pressure would push you towards its own direction. And you have to struggle against this social pressure. If you want to be a true Muslim, true Mu'min, if you want to abide by the divine law, so these 3, struggle against your own baser self, struggle against Satan and his agents, struggle against a false society or a bad society. Now, the second stage. This I told you it was 3 go to make 1. The second is, you believe in God, you believe in resurrection, you believe in the life after death, you believe in divine law, you believe in Muhammad. Now this belief should come out of you. It should spread. It's your duty to propagate, to convey to the humanity the word of God, the guidance that He has sent through His Prophet, Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And because there is no vacuum, there are counter thoughts and counter philosophies which are against this philosophy, this ideology. Maybe there is absolute materialism. Maybe the society is polytheistic. Maybe they are atheists. They will strive for their own ideologies, and you have to exert against those ideologies to propagate your ideology. And for that you need time. You need to spend your energies. This is jihad for the sake of da'wah, for calling people towards the deen of Allah, for calling people to accept the faith, for calling people to enter the deen of Allah, the total political, socio-economic system of Allah. This jihad has also 3 levels, sub-levels I should say. Society at the top has the intellectual elite. This intellectual elite controls the direction of the society. They are a minority, a minute minority, but they control the destiny, direction. This intellectual minority, or the brain trust of the society, it won't pay any heed to sermons. You have to argue with them. They will need proofs for what you are propagating. So the dawah, there's an ayah in the end of Surah Al-Nahl, Udu ila sabil rabbika bil hikmah. Hikmah, wisdom. Call towards the path of your Lord with wisdom. If you want that others should produce arguments, qul hatu burhanakum in kuntum sadiqin, you should also bring forth the argument. These intellectuals can be approached through intellect only. You can't bypass the intellect. But the great majority of people, they belong to second category. They don't have anything here, no false ideology, no wrong philosophy, nothing of the sort. And you can approach directly to their hearts and their sentiments. This is called in Arabic mau'iza, was, sermon. Sermon, you know. Common people, they can benefit from sermon. As if their minds are clean slates, you can write anything on them. Because they don't have any ideology. They don't know what is Darwinism, they don't know what is Marxism. They don't know what is logical positivism. They don't know what is existentialism. Nothing. So their minds are like clean slates. But they get impressed by your sincerity. Some sincere words. If they feel he is sincere to me, whatever he is saying is for my benefit. He is not thrusting himself, but he is sincere. For my welfare, for my benefit he is doing it. They will accept it. The third level is the institutions. You have different ideologies in the field. They have propagators. Even in religious sense, if you are a Muslim and you are propagating Islam, there are Christian missionaries, they are propagating Christianity. Then calling themselves Muslims are Qadianis, they are propagating their religion. Baha'is, they are doing it. Now you have to engage into a dialogue with them. We call it munazara, mujadala. You have to grapple with them. Because they are not going to accept anything. They are being paid for that. It's their profession. So for them, neither the wisdom would work, nor the sermon would be beneficial. You have to defeat them. And this is the third level. On each level, you need to put in your best efforts, your best capabilities, your time. It can't be a part-time job. If you want to really engage in this jihad fi sabilillah, you have to take it as a whole-time occupation. Yes. Now let me come to the third and the highest level. This highest level is to establish that politico-socio-economic order in totality. Not only preaching it, not only propagating it, but to establish. There is a very important and very basic ayah of Surah Al-Hadid, and the ayah number is 25. Allah says, لَقَدْ أَرْسَلْنَا رُسُلَنَا بِالْبَيِّنَاتِ. We sent our messengers with clear proofs, shining evidences in the form of miracles even. وَأَنزَلْنَا مَعَهُمُ الْكِتَابَ وَالْمِيزَانَ. Along with them, we sent down the book, the guidance, the do's and don'ts, and mizan, the balance, which will give you a balance between man and woman. What are the rights of men and what are the rights of women? A balanced view. The capital and labor. What's the point of justice in between? State or society versus the individual. How much freedom to the individual? How much authority to the state or the society? There has to be a balance, a just balance. And the prophets and messengers came with these two things. لَقَدْ أَرْسَلْنَا رُسُلَنَا بِالْبَيِّنَاتِ وَأَنزَلْنَا مَعَهُمُ الْكِتَابَ وَالْمِيزَانَ. What for? Was it all an exercise in futility? Was it a hobby with Allah, God? No. لَيَقُومَ النَّاسُ بِالْقِسْطِ. So that the people abide by justice. Very important ayah. The final purpose of the sending of prophets and sending down the books and giving the law is to establish justice, just social order, political as well as economic as well as social. Now everybody knows if there is a state or society based on injustice, you have people at the helm of affairs who have vested interests in that structure, in that political, socio-economic system. They will never allow you to change the system, to take out something from the mouth of the lion. The privileged classes, people having vested interests, they will never allow it. They have to resist. They want status quo. This system should continue. Otherwise, there is going to be a challenge to our interests, to our benefits, to our privileges. So now this is the struggle between people, the oppressors and the oppressed. But in general, people, the oppressed people don't stand up. They don't get the courage. They are, by and large, the silent majority. But a minority who has accepted the revolutionary ideology of justice, who has spent their lives in propagating it, and now they want to establish it. What does it mean? Challenging the existing system, challenging the vested interest. So there is bound to be resistance. Now there are 3 stages of this resistance. I told you 3 into 3. First phase has to be of passive resistance. The people at the helm of affairs will persecute you, torture you, put you in jails and prisons. Maybe they hang you. They will do everything. Everything that the armies of Tsar did, everything that the Shah of Iran did, everything. The first phase has to be passive resistance. Resistance there must be. Keep standing, steadfast, but take all persecution without any retaliation. Because if the revolutionaries become violent from the very beginning, they will be crushed in no time. They have to borrow time. And for this, sabr, patience, steadfastness. You don't budge an inch from your position, but don't retaliate. Take all persecution without any retaliation. I call it passive resistance. Quran terms it sabr. Patience, patience. But the second stage comes when you feel that you have enough force with you now, enough number of people, fully and deeply committed to the ideology, ready to sacrifice everything they have, even their lives, and organized into a strong organization. Then you challenge the system. This is active resistance. Let me give you the example from Gandhi. The first phase of his challenge to the Britishers was non-violent, non-cooperation. That's all. Non-violent. We don't have to harm anybody, kill anybody, to destroy any property, nothing. Non-violent, non-cooperation. Only one thing, we will not wear your cloth. We shall spin ourselves and we shall make our own cloth and wear it. Total boycott of British cloth. That was the first step. Such a big market as India was and still is. All the mills, in England, piling their products. India is not accepted. Then the second stage was non-violent civil disobedience. We are going to the ocean, to the sea. Paramatma, for God, has produced salt in it. And we are going to make salt from the water of the ocean, which belongs to Paramatma, not to anybody. And we are not saying anything to the British government. But there was excise duty on that. So he challenged the whole taxation policy of British India. This was the second stage of his struggle. The third stage didn't come in his life. Why? Because the Second World War broke. And after that, the Britishers were so weak now that they couldn't hold on to their territories. They had to leave. But in jihad fi sabilillah, then final stage can be qital fi sabilillah. You have to fight against those people, the oppressors, who are resisting the establishment of justice, who don't want to establish the just social order. If there is need, you go to war against them. So this is the ninth level of going to war for the cause of Allah. 3 into 3, 9, and 8 stories, they are jihad fi sabilillah only. For 13 years at Makkah, Muhammad was making jihad fi sabilillah. No qital fi sabilillah whatsoever. Rather, the order of the day was to take all persecution without any retaliation. Worst persecutions were given to the companions of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Worst. Torture. Some of them killed. And there were Muslims in Makkah. They could resist, but they were not allowed to resist. It was after Hijrah that Muhammad felt confident. Now I have enough number. Now this is a base for me to launch an offensive. So active resistance is an offensive. I don't agree with those people who say that all the battles that Muhammad fought were in defense. No. Muhammad took the offensive first. Actually, they are the revolutionary people who take the offensive. A society is going on. People have learned to accept tyranny and injustice. But somebody stands and says, it is wrong, this system is wrong. So who has started the conflict? The person who says it is wrong. The conflict at Makkah also was started by Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. They were living in peace. Now what happened? Brother pitched against brother. Son pitched against father. Wife pitched against husband. And now also after the Hijrah, he was who took the initiative. I don't want to go into detail, but this theory, because West accused us that Islam was propagated through force, through sword. And we said apologetically, no. All the battles which were fought by Muhammad were in self-defense. No, not at all. It was to establish the Deen of Allah. Deen of Allah. Two deens cannot coexist. Either it is the Deen of Allah or it is the Deen of some king or emperor. Or it is the Deen of the public. Popular sovereignty. Two deens cannot coexist. And to establish the politico-socio-economic justice given to Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam in the form of Deen of Islam, he had to go to war. But nobody was forced to convert to Islam. You can remain Jews, you can remain Christians, Hindus, but you will have to accept the supremacy of the order, the collective order. Deen will be supreme, but as religions, you can profess any religion. Deen will be ours. Our political socio-economic system will prevail. But as religion, you can be Muslims, you can be Jews, you can be Hindus, you can be Sikhs, etc., etc. But Islam has the absolute converse of this. Deen is for Allah. He is the only rightful ruler of this world. Thy kingdom come. The rule of God to be established. His divine law to be enforced. And for this purpose, if you have to go to fight against the emperors, against the oppressors, you have to go to fight, to war. But this only is the qital fi sabilillah. Now let me quote here an example. In the mid-50s, the people of Algeria, Muslims of Algeria, Aljazair, they were fighting against the French. And there was, throughout the Muslim world, an uproar. It is jihad fi sabilillah, jihad fi sabilillah, jihad fi sabilillah. A deputation came to Pakistan. There were two persons. One, a colonel of the army. He was clean-shaved. And another, a very big alim of Algiers. Allama Bashirul Ibrahimi. Very big, knowledgeable person. They wanted some funds and some financial support. I was the Amir of Jamaat Islami at that time in Montgomery, which is now called Saiwal. So we formed a body and collected some amount. And when I heard his speech, so beautiful speech, so passionate about jihad fi sabilillah. But when that jihad became a success, a socialist state was established. How come? If it was jihad fi sabilillah, an Islamic state should have come into force. Means it was not jihad fi sabilillah. It was jihad for freedom. Okay. It's permissible. You are allowed to snatch your rights. Even with force, yes. America fought the Britishers to get independence. Then they fought among themselves on the question of slavery, etc., etc. That has to be there. But for the cause of justice, because the very purpose I have told you of the sending of the prophets and the messengers and the books was لِيَقُومَ النَّاسُ بِالْقِسْطِ, so that people should abide by justice. And the justice can only be given by Allah. He is the creator of all. He can tell us what should be the rights of the women and what should be the right of men. Men as husbands, women as wives. Because He has created both. He loves both of them. Al-Khalqu Ayalullah, there is the hadith of the Prophet. All creation are like a family unto Allah. So the women are also loved by Allah, men are also loved by Allah, and only He can decide what's the point of justice and balance. The mill owners are also creations of Allah, and the workers and laborers are also creations of Allah. He can tell you what's the point of balance. So to establish that just social order given by Allah to humanity through His last messenger Muhammad, in that struggle, a time can come when you have to take up arms against the tyrants, against the oppressors, to establish the just social order of Islam. But one point more. What I have told you and spoken about, that was the part of the seerah of the Prophet. What about today? For example, in Pakistan, we want to establish Islamic State. Is it feasible at any stage that we take up arms against the government? It's not feasible. Masses are without arms. And the government, the people, those people who form the power base in this society, the big landlords, the big landowners, or the big moneyed class, they are there in the government. So, it is not feasible. They have police, they have army, they have air force. Hafizul Assad used air force against Ikhwan in Syria. Destroyed the whole city of Hama. We have ourselves used air force in Balochistan. There was a movement of secession from Pakistan. So we used air force. So this is not feasible. What is feasible? Going back to Gandhi, non-violent non-cooperation, non-violent civil disobedience, and the third stage going to Khomeini. The unarmed revolt against the people in power. A mass movement, not using arms, ready to lay down their own lives. The Iranians laid down their lives in thousands, between 20 and 30,000 people. Then the Shah had to run away for his life. He thought that this army will revolt against me. Why not to kill this one person? How long will we go on killing our brothers? Who are they? Our brothers, our sons, our nephews in the street. So that is the answer of the final push. A mass movement agitation. It can be the best form also, as it happened in Georgia perhaps, just recently. But here, they have to lay down their lives. But they will not take the life of anybody. It will be one-sided war, not two-sided. I think this should be sufficient.